recording locally.
Locally?
Because I am not sure if today's session will make it into canon fully, or if we're going to be talking about things that I might have to reconsider and or retcon and or explain differently at some other point in time. So that's like, we are like in the wacky world, and many wacky things are happening, and you are looking at wacky stuff. So it's like the reason behind that. But let's bring us to where we want to be, which is on the astral plane in the library. Where you are somewhere, well, down here. Okay, alrighty. So, welcome to Awakening. In theory, maybe episode 115. We will see if it makes it to an episode or not. But here we are, Mr. Wizard. You have been granted access to 2 books that you have probably read through, giving you some random ideas about shit. The one book was the one that was pointed out to you to look for, which is why I assumed you would want to read it. The second one is just a random book you pulled out. It's an interesting topic. And yeah. And here you are sitting around. What are you like doing other than sitting around?
Probably just reading, right? Seems like appropriate thing to do.
Sure, it's a library. There's always things you can read.
Why is there combat music?
That's not combat music. It's just dark continent music.
What? This is combat music.
Slightly different than the combat music.
There's literally war drums.
No.
Yes. Do we have a different song
playing? It's actually the wrong music. That's correct. Should be this one.
I have magic missile done. Do I have magic missile prepared? I do.
Yeah. Okay. You're sitting around reading books. There's one thing in particular that I'm interested if you would be looking at, like early on or later, which is the sign-in scroll that you signed your name on when you entered the library, like the ghostly librarian, keeper, guardian, who knows what exactly this ghost's role is here. He made you like sign your name. Did you at all like read other things on the scroll? Try to read other things on the scroll, or you just like?
I think when I originally wrote my name down, I tried to read, but I wasn't able to. I think.
That was when you were in the dream sequence. You were unable to read. Like you never called it out when you actually came here and did it. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I think I would have done the same thing when I entered.
Huh?
If I'm able to see, if things are less blurry now, that's
it's way less blurry. Like things are clear to see.
But if I forgot to do it, then I don't think I would, in the middle of doing library research, go back to look at the scroll.
Okay. Then let's just roll what would be an appropriate die?
Intelligence.
Yeah.
+1.
+1. Yeah. You looked at it. You like, you recognize the script, but you couldn't read it. I don't think you have any type of translation magic prepared when you came in here. So
yeah,
it's written in a to you foreign script. Although you recognized, like just from looking at it, you recognized the at least the line before you is written in Old Common. And then like on the other page to the side is a different script that you can't read. It's like, but yeah,
but
nothing in immediately recognizable script to you.
But they were like The way I understood the scroll, it seemed like there were like names just cataloged.
That's the guess, because that's what you did on the scroll. You wrote your name and your title.
And my name is in my language, just
Yeah,
common.
in the language you wrote it in.
Yeah.
I think you can only write common, or you would usually write
I think
common,
I
I
can
guess.
write. I think I can write Gnomish.
Oh yeah, like some wacky stuff from back in the days that never made it to be used in any way, shape, or form. Okay. Alrighty. You set out to spend a lot of time here, so that is probably what we're going to be doing, like, for the foreseeable future here. I foreshadowed you that you have like about 8 months or so before something happens in this location, unless you leave it before then, but I
Absolutely not.
assume you would not want to do. So instead we will be like slightly time hopping through the things.
Okay, before we do time hopping though,
Mhm.
there's 2 things that I want to do that I forgot to do earlier that I feel like are pretty good things to do. I won't do them, the first day I get here. I probably don't remember. But throughout the time that I'm here, I want to cast because I still have the cold orb and the phylactery thing. I would like to cast past life on both of them at some point. I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier.
Quickly
Sometimes you forget about low level spells once you make it to high level.
You most definitely do not have past life prepared, right?
Not the day that I come there.
Yeah. Did we go over timekeeping rules for wizard and spell learning shit? Because I have written it down now.
I think you said that if I want to prepare spells, I need to sleep.
Yeah.
But I don't have to sleep, so.
Yeah. So you have some passive knowledge about the astral plane from reading books and spending a short amount of time here. Now that you spend some more time here, you will recognize that you don't really need sleep. It's still cool to sleep from time to time, just to rest your mind, and you don't need to eat or drink. You also don't have to poop or pee, which is great. All your bodily functions seem to be set to 0.
Kind of making Osmar's nice thought kind of obsolete.
Unless you walk through dirt, but you haven't found dirt yet, so. Yeah. So it's general things, and then if you want to re-memorize spells, memorize new spells, you will have to have a decent rest.
Yeah.
So far, it looks like the place that you are in is safe, so should be easily doable.
Yeah. I think I did rest once last session.
Yeah.
I probably didn't prepare past life then yet because I didn't think of it.
Yeah, it's something you're doing outside of
the first few something.
Yeah, outside of reading books. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, outside of reading books, I'm also maybe once every. That would probably determine when I next prepare spells. So after the first rest, I prepared 5 castings of sending. So once every 3 books, maybe. I guess it depends how long it feels. But I guess since time might be working a little bit different, I'm just sending Ruben to ping him for what time is it now? How many days have it passed since?
Okay. Yeah. So you're kind of keeping track of time passing.
Yeah.
Yep. That's a good idea. You have a 95% chance of succeeding, unless some other wacky things are going on. So you will probably be able to keep track of time and somewhat get an idea what the other twos are up to. Yeah. Alrighty. Past life. losing track of low-level spells that become way more powerful when you grow in level. That's like the main issue here, right? Okay. So the phylactery gives you the final minute of the White Dragon getting murdered by Oliver.
Okay. So it counts as its possession.
Apparently. And the orb.
That'll just be the same thing.
I'm thinking if there's any reason why it would not, but I guess it would give you the same thing, yeah.
Was Oliver's killing of the dragon epic?
The dragon leapt away, and then Oliver like charged and stabbed it to death. Kind of epic, maybe.
Wait, do I see the thing in like third person, or do I see it from the dragon's perspective?
From the dragon's point of view. So from the dragon's point of view, you get like while you try to avoid getting stabbed by this tiny human in front of you. As you leap away, you get like stabbed in the face, and then like you jump back and like you have dragon view, so darkness does not matter for you, and then like the glorious holy warrior like leaps forward and impales you.
Casting past life can be kind of traumatizing.
Yeah, you get murdered twice.
But I think in the second casting, at the start of the vision, I probably recognized that I'm having the same vision again. So, you know, I try to empathize with the creatures that are on the other end of Oliver's spear. Maybe that makes me feel like Oliver is evil. Maybe that makes me feel like Oliver's epic.
Give me a charisma check. Yeah, Oliver's the evil one here, clearly murdering you, so.
Does Oliver wear a helmet?
That's like one of these undeclared Dungeons and Dragons things, technically, but no.
Okay. I try to, in the second vision, I try to focus on Oliver's facial expressions. They seem hateful, angry. Does it feel cold-blooded? Maybe you don't need to give me these. Maybe Skits can give them to me some other time. We can just say that this happened.
Convinced. Or committed, or whatever you want to use.
Like determined?
Maybe it's determined, but clearly he knows what he's doing. You don't know what he's doing. Like, from your point of view, he's murdering you, so he clearly knows that he's murdering you.
Yeah, I'm trying to gauge. I guess I rolled a 1 on my charisma check, so maybe I don't get much. But I try to gauge if he felt like, what would be an example? Like I guess me killing Red Rachel, maybe I felt a little bit nervous. Maybe me killing that one guy that killed Julius, I was probably pretty cold-blooded. I probably didn't have much emotion. And then Ruben killing like a goblin, he would be like angry. Maybe not anymore, but it was like angry. Like there's like a,
I mean, you have seen Ruben's angry face with goblins a lot.
Yeah.
So.
Is there any? Does Oliver have a angry face?
No. That's just something that has to happen.
Yeah, I don't know if that's better or worse.
Hmm.
I'm just killing something in cold blood, not even feeling something. Maybe I shouldn't be. I'm probably not the one to judge, but those were bandits.
Your killing of Red Rachel was probably like the highest order of cold-blooded murder, but
I mean, didn't she literally fucking raid a village?
yeah, but you literally like invisible fly attack stabbed her and then dragged her dead body out of the camp. So just keep in mind what happened there. Yeah,
She had magic items on her.
yeah, they were looted and saved from the bandits. Yeah, sure. You can moralize however you want to. Don't lose track of what actually happened.
Okay.
Alrighty. Yeah. Successful past life castings already.
Ooh, question. This area where I'm at right now in the map, is there like actually like books left over? Does it look like someone was studying here before me? Or are these desks clean? Or have people just left the books and they don't return to study?
There are probably like no open books like lying around, but there are books on the tables. Yeah.
Okay. I feel like that's weird. I feel like that would be something where like, after you finish a book or after you're done with it, you go put it back. So I guess I wonder if there's people that, come here, study a bit, leave for a moment, and then come back as if they're like intending on finishing whatever they've started. But I think actually, I would be more curious about the books that are already on the tables because I feel like, what are other wizards that are in the astral plane studying?
Let's see if there's something interesting here. Was in 0 chance. I think that's a no though. Yep. No, that's just some books about like that's probably like the one of the books like you checked first, like the high level conjuration book. That's like what what's that talking about? Some magic theory books that you can look at here. Clearly, maybe like these books that are on the one table are like all of these books are about like some sort of conjuration magic. So somebody might be looking into some conjuration stuff and has left these books out here for some reason. But nothing immediately super interesting to you.
Okay.
Do you at all try to interact with the ghost?
Probably not.
Okay.
Unless yeah, I don't know. It's I guess hard to empathize as a player with my character. I don't know how being on the astral plane affects this. I don't know how, occasionally at least getting ascending out affects this, but I imagine, being in complete isolation for a long time must feel weird.
You have like spent some time in semi-isolation. I mean, like your study times in
I think
your laboratory.
I think it's a little bit different. I think we kind of glossed over it, but I imagine at least that during my study times, there's often like a day where I just teleport out to a village, buy
Yeah,
some stuff, teleport out. Like
yeah.
it's not like a super long period, like actually just complete isolation.
And the second thing that is different here is you have like no feeling of time, and it's basically completely silent. The
Yeah.
only noise you ever hear is yourself, which
Yeah.
is also somewhat odd. Yeah, so your sendings might be more frequent than you think because it's like getting like some sort of contact with
Yeah.
other people. And
Yeah. And I think I can try, even though the odds are pretty low. I think I can try to like scry and protect self onto other planes. I'm not sure. There is that a modifier? It says chance of locating if someone is personally well known and they're on another plane. Does it mean should I add these together, or is it just?
Do you use your crystal ball?
Yeah, I'll try.
For scrying?
Yeah, I'd like to try.
I think it has like a... Yeah, it's like just a minus 25%.
Is that a modifier?
Yes.
Okay. I feel like it's not notating that very well.
I mean, if it were not a modifier, you would never be able to locate someone on a different plane.
Yeah, but the other things here aren't modifiers. They're like set
Yeah.
things.
Oh yeah, you can.
Also, I don't. Also, I wonder if it's pretty crazy. If that something is just pictured, and on another plane you could scry, once a day. Try to, scry on something on another plane, even though you just pictured it.
Yep.
That seems pretty crazy.
I mean, how did you get a picture from something on a different plane?
Yeah, maybe you've seen an elemental, so then you try to scry on an elemental on the elemental plane.
I mean, if you scry on a elemental, you land with a elemental.
Oh yeah, but do I need to know like the specific elemental I'm scrying
You would have to know a specific elemental.
Yeah.
That is, and this time on a different plane. Yeah. So I think that's like odd chance, especially since you not get particularly well introduced and accustomed to elementals, so they're always just kind of random, right?
Yeah, I guess. I guess maybe it's a little bit harder to abuse. But yeah, I think I will occasionally like scry on probably Reynard. Just chat with him a bit.
Alrighty. Great. So let's jump into the oddities.
Oh, also, just to add to the weirdness, because I would probably not want to go insane. So the scrying will be somewhat limited on also how often I cast sending, because I need to make sure, or I need to make sure that I can scry again without going insane. I don't know if I have a innate feeling for that.
Probably should. I mean, crystal balls are a well-known magical item, so we should have like maybe not an innate knowledge about this, but like definitely some idea that is something to be kept in mind, like how often you scry on things.
Yeah, but I wonder if it's
But
like,
you would know that as long as you only scry once a day, it's probably not going to fuck you up.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If time is hard, it might be hard to determine what's one day. So maybe do I like feel better at some point? Like now I feel confident scrying again, or do I need to like actually track time with sending and then? I feel like I don't know. I imagine you don't just because you scry on something once, you don't get like a headache until you.
Yeah. I mean, probably like you will have like some sort of resting time every once in a while. You still have to like read magic and comprehend languages, so you need to keep track of. You have to like rememorize spells from time to time, so you have some breaks in between, anyways.
I will say that read magic and comprehend languages, I'm very efficient at that, because when I first prepared, I prepared 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess still once a week at least. 5 combat languages. I can put it on a rock so it lasts for a day. And I have ritual read magic. That was one of the things I researched.
Yeah.
And rituals are really nice over here.
Maybe you should write a book about rituals and place it somewhere in the library.
Eventually.
Eventually, yeah. Okay. So I gave you like the first 2 books, and then you said just let's go random, right?
Pretty much.
You pull out books, like first thing that becomes interesting after reading through these 2 books. So the next one is like somewhat of a the next topic that like strikes your interest is some book that's like somewhat going over the history of the Cassirian Order.
Ooh, yeah.
A
lot of history books.
I mean, like you go like high level conjuration stuff, then the next shelf is like differences between evocations and invocations, and you're like, oh god, fucking evocations again, and then you go to the next thing, and then you come out with it's just by random, like you go over books and the first thing that like is interesting is like that. So the book like goes somewhat similar to the one you already read over the history here. Sometimes in the sometime in the early Second Age.
Wait, actually, I haven't looked at those books in a while now. I need to quickly skim over them so I can recall. So there was this thing about the powers of the chosen, and then there was this thing that was. This one talked about the ages.
So Cassiri's Wish like outlines the story of what Cassiri did, which is going. That's like the odd part, like time-wise. Starts. He already lived at the end of the First Age, and then must have lived all the way through the Second Age, because the wish that he had ended the Second Age. Yeah. Okay. So the Cassirian Order like starts sometime in the early Second Age. Timekeeping is kind of irrelevant to some level, especially since you're on the astral plane, and apparently this is a retrospective book, so it also doesn't go into timekeeping that well. It was created by a group of wizards led by Cassiri. 2 names you would recognize like very easily is Lemond and Ottiluk.
Well, would I recognize them easily?
Like you read the names of like some of the founders on these 2 names, like
okay.
They must have been under the earliest members, not called out by name here. Then it like apart from them, shortly after this, 2 other wizards joined. One of them is Orin, and the second one is what's her name again?
Orin?
Laeral.
Laeral?
Yeah. Laeral.
Laerel?
Al.
Laeral.
Yeah.
Weird names.
Yeah.
Have I heard of this Orin before? Sounds familiar. Is it just because Orison, the spell?
Have you played Baldur's Gate 3?
Oh yeah, there's a character there, right?
Yeah, there's Orin the Red in Baldur's Gate 3, but it's like kind of coincidentally, I did not know this before I googled the name. Because I was thinking like, how did I come up with the name? That's not how I came up with the name. It's just a coincidence. And the interesting part about these two, like that's why it's spelled out that these two join, is because they somehow are linked to a different realm. But it doesn't go into details here. Just
is the wait realm is realm realm is different than plane, right?
Yeah.
So okay, they were from like a I guess different kingdom. Is that what's like implied? Like another area in the prime material plane?
Oh no. It's something completely different.
Okay.
Maybe a completely different place in the prime material plane, or maybe a somewhat completely different. But they brought like some knowledge about spells and theory of magic that was unknown to the order to this point. So that's like makes it very interesting that these two joined.
Orin and Leyrol?
Yeah.
Wait, so now you have Orin, Leyrol, Leomund, and Ottiluke. I don't think I've learned any of Ottiluke's spells. Ottiluke, I feel like all of his spells are shit.
I think like 7th level Outlook spells get interesting, but up to this point, yeah.
Resilient. Wait, what? Some of these spells are written as Ottilukes. Some of them are Ottilukes without and I. No, they're just fucking typoed. Because okay. Yeah, I feel like this resilient sphere wasn't that cool. But okay. All of his spells are spheres.
Many, yeah.
Ottiluke, Leomund. Leomund sounds like such a cool name. He sounds like a halfling. Ottiluke, Leomund,
Apparently
Orin,
the
Leyrol.
order was not racist, so it's not spelled out what race they are.
If I meet him, I'll talk halfling to him.
So the order was founded. Like I skipped one thing, which is the erection of the portal. The portal was constructed. Like the order already had the idea to move to the astral plane, and in order to find a place to erect the portal, they went through some astral travel, high level location magic to find like a suitable rift, which they came upon and have created the portal to stabilize the rift, which is probably most likely the portal you came through as well. So, yeah. And after the portal...
Did it say anything about the magic eating creatures?
Oh, no. After the portal was created, then that was when the other two wizards joined them that are called out here.
Was it like immediately after or sometime after?
Sometime after. That's like the next notable event. It kind of does not really go into details about like the construction of the sphere, at least not at this point in time. Maybe it comes like later in the book, and also not.
Maybe it was Ottiluke who made it.
Maybe it's a sphere. Maybe yeah.
Guys addicted with spheres.
And then the next interesting thing is the construction of the library. So the members of the order came together to construct like a central library, and after constructing the central library, they also constructed a central laboratory. Seems like the members of the order must have gotten along quite well with doing such big things all together, which they all seem to be using. And then after the library and the laboratory had been constructed, the next interesting thing is the creation of the they probably use like some fancier word, but basically goes into the creation of the daggers. And
wait, daggers plural?
yeah, the Caesarian daggers, which had been granted to every member of the order. And have been created and also been used as some sort of a ritual item that any new member who would be gifted one of these daggers also has to create a new one.
Oh my god.
Because the dagger is like linked to being able to join the order, so maybe you completely coincidentally stumbled upon the dagger, or maybe it was placed there for some reason. But yeah, without the dagger you cannot come to the library, so you kind of need the dagger, at least not by normal way. And while going over the daggers and the creation of the daggers, it also goes over the creation of, at this point, Orin's Landing. Orin's Landing is the the closest the closest construction to the sphere, and it has the main purpose is that it is the residence of the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper has been granted a powerful staff. Well, I'll never remember how to pronounce it. And the staff is the item that is used to create the gates and the pathways to get from places for the order.
Wait, sorry, can you repeat that whole section? I just did that second run of it.
Yeah. So Orin's Landing is the home for the gatekeeper, and the gatekeeper's position is the lord of the sphere, basically.
Wait, stop. Orin's Landing. Does it sound like Orin's Landing is the place where the portal is?
No. What's the sphere? Or the portal chamber, or like has like some different names that are being used.
There was no gatekeeper there, right?
No.
Okay,
At least you didn't see one. So Orin's Landing is the next thing that gets constructed and is like called out here. And the gatekeeper's position, like you would have like read like the member, elder, gatekeeper would be like the three called out names, called out like titles.
Member, elder, and gatekeeper.
The gatekeeper is the third one, yeah.
Sorry?
A gatekeeper is the third like title that like you come across in the book.
Okay. It sounds like these. Okay, so member and elder could theoretically be like.
A member is like used as a general term, like all the members of the Caesarian order. Okay. And then like for like Caesari and Otteluk, they will at times be titled with elder, or the elders have decided that like sentences like this are read, but yeah.
Okay. But gatekeeper also is used as a title?
Yeah.
Is it used as a title for someone specific?
For the gatekeeper.
Just called gatekeeper? They don't have a name?
Maybe the name comes. Like, just saying, like, it goes on the position of the gatekeeper, gets explained first. the location for the home of the gatekeeper is Orin's Landing, so maybe Orin is the gatekeeper, but also must not be like just strictly, doesn't like spill it out directly.
I imagine none of the wizards would want to be tasked with fucking watching a being like a bouncer.
Yeah, so the description of the position is it's called gatekeeper, which might also be a translation error, like that's like what it translates to for you. Maybe it's a fancier title in the language it's originally written in, or less like descriptive, or less like simple sounding in the yeah. But to you it like translates as gatekeeper, and the job of the gatekeeper is to create the gates and the pathways. That's like the power that has been granted to him with help of a staff. Like he has a magical staff that has the ability to create astral pathways. And these pathways like link gates together, and like traveling from one gate to the next gate, you can travel way faster than you could usually travel on the astral plane.
Okay, so these are different from tentacles or whatever they were called.
Conduits, yes, they are not conduits. They are pathways and gates.
Okay. So it sounds like the holes were gates, and is that what's happening here? The pathway. I took the pathway.
Probably like makes sense. Like you travel through a hole that has the title library on it, and you arrive to the library. So, in theory, maybe that's exactly what happened.
So, if that is what happened, I was traveling along something that was made specifically so that I could travel faster. But despite that, there was still some white bird that was even faster than me when I was traveling here. Okay.
Then again, movement on the astral plane does not really make sense because there's no space on the astral plane. So something moving faster than you in reference to yourself, like what does it actually mean? Yeah, and then after this, next large interesting thing is the discovery of the convergence tear.
Convergence there?
Tear, yeah, Tear. Tear. Tear.
What does that mean?
A rip. If you tear something in half, like you rip it.
Yeah. I know what a tear is, but what is a convergence tear?
That is the convergence tear is a place on the astral plane that had been discovered. You have read the name. It is like Portal 10 convergence tear.
What? Oh.
Yeah.
Give me a second. Let me open up my. I think it was called supercool.txt, or was it just cool.txt?
One of the two.
It was cool.txt, I think. Abyssal Scar Library, Orange Landing. What was northeast down Orange Landing? I thought Orange Landing was the place where we went immediately.
No, you come to the sphere. You enter through the portal into the sphere, and then Orange Landing is the place that is technically closest to the sphere.
Okay.
But close also must not really mean much.
And on the west side, there was a convergence there.
which is interesting. It gets pointed out for one reason, and one reason only, because the convergence tear is a direct color pool to the convergence. And the convergence is the place east of the edge of the world. Which is, again, interesting for one reason. It is the single most efficient way to get to any of the elemental planes.
Okay.
And with the discovery of the convergence tear, they had finally found an easy way to get to elemental planes, because they could go to the prime material, and from the prime material to the elemental planes.
Okay. But I imagine, because if you spend a lot of time on the astral plane and then you leave, then you like age rapidly and you might die if you've been on the astral plane for long. So I imagine the long time members, I mean, if they're still alive, then they probably can't use the convergence tear very much.
Interesting observation.
I mean, wouldn't they just die if they went to the prime material plane for a moment?
That is your guess, yeah. That's probably exactly what would happen if you spend like 500 years on the astral plane and then leave. You will probably immediately die.
Mm-hmm. So we have a steady supply of new members, and new members are tasked with as the chief elemental plane explorer. Is
Or
that the
they
role
have
of?
some different ways to have something else travel from the astral through the tear to the elemental and back. Maybe they have some sort of higher level servants, or some type of astral stabilization spell that allows them to not immediately face the problem of time, of aging for the body.
Yeah, because presumably that one guy is from the Khazarian order that met me in the ethereal plane. That was like on the opposite side of the astral plane. But I don't know if that was him or if that was like a projection or something. He gave me an item. Can you do that in a projection?
Usually no.
Some wacky stuff.
But the item he gave you is also pretty wacky, so
That's true.
maybe it's like specifically created for such a reason, to get projections to carry things, or who knows. Maybe it was a simulacrum or something that like traveled from plane to plane to hand it to you. Yeah, odd, but interesting nonetheless.
Oh wait, I just realized that this thing was signed. Gee, okay. Wait, did I get this letter before or after I got the dagger?
After you got the scroll was handed to you after you fought the blue dragon and won.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and I stabbed him with my dagger.
Speaking of dragons, noticeably there is no mention of dragons so far in this book. Where we convergence tear, and then the last point that gets spoken about in the book is the revelation of the meddlers conduits.
Oh yeah, right. Wait, yeah. I think I had a bit of that in one of these. What does the thing say about the conduits?
That they
And
had
wait.
discovered like these demi-planes, and
Can you just remind me real quick, what is a conduit?
the conduit is like one of these like that's like tentacles that run through the astral plane.
Okay.
And the conduits, like from times they link places in the astral plane together, in times they link places on other planes to the astral plane, and at times they link a second plane through the astral plane to a third plane.
So is conduits like a umbrella term for tentacles and color pools, or is that like is it like a separate thing?
No, conduits are just the tentacles. The conduits are like this network of tubes that run through the astral plane.
Okay.
And color pools are these two-dimensional rifts that seem to be somewhat stationary and somewhat stable. Yeah.
So how would a conduit link two different planes together?
Theory 1 is color pool on both ends, and theory 2 is just by nature of being a conduit.
I thought conduits only were inside the astral plane.
So on one side of the conduit, it goes out to the plane of fire, and on the second side of the conduit, it goes to the prime material plane, which would link the elemental plane of fire to the prime material plane through the astral plane.
But wouldn't there have to be a color pool there as well?
As I said, theory 1 is color pools in both ends, and theory 2 is no color pools on any end. And color pools and conduits are just two different things. A color pool is a one point in the astral plane that like goes out of the astral plane into a different plane.
Yeah,
and the conduit is like a spatial, like to you, like would feel like a pathway, like you travel along a conduit to get from A to B.
I understand that, but so conduits and tentacles are arguably different things.
No, the tentacles, and that's just like a word for conduit.
Okay, but I thought it was determined earlier that tentacles only traverse within the astral plane.
They exist only in the astral plane, but what's where the entrance and the exit comes and or leads to could be anything.
Okay.
So you could, like, while traveling through the astral plane, didn't happen to you, but you could run into a conduit, which would appear to you as like a large tube that you cannot enter, or maybe you can enter. Depends on like which point in the conduit you run into. And inside of the conduit, you can travel from place A to place B, and place A and place B can be on either plane. Any plane that is like has something to do with the astral plane. Might be some planes that it cannot be linked to. So the positive and the negative energy plane, to your knowledge at least, you should not be able to find a conduit to get to them. But anything else?
Wait, why?
That's just because nobody has ever found one.
Is there a reason to believe no one should ever find one?
No. Why not? But like so far nobody has found one, and therefore it's unlikely.
Just like a big topic, conduit exploration.
You have like your knowledge comes from one book that was in the Arenas library on conduits. So it's a big enough topic that there's a book just talking about conduits and like things to do with conduits. But like as I said, that's one book you have run into. Your entire knowledge comes from one book, and like mentions in Arena's journal, Kasiri's Wish, and now this book is the third one that mentions conduits.
Yeah, so I don't think I would have any reason to assume that conduits to the negative energy plane wouldn't exist.
Yeah, you asked like some sessions ago about like traveling to the if somebody has traveled to the negative or the positive energy plane, and the answer is so far no, to your knowledge.
Right. Yeah, but I mean that wouldn't imply that it's not possible.
Yeah, sure. Neither does it imply that there are not a unknown amount of other planes that exist that nobody has just randomly ran into. So yeah, many different things could be true.
Yeah, but it's like, is there like a reason to like? Is there like a theory that would suggest one over the other?
You only read one book, and that one book said answer is probably no. So
Okay.
that's like your state of knowledge. If you want to be a dreamer, that's definitely the way to get there. But so far, all your research has pointed in one direction, but also your research is one data set, so might be a bit careful with that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any question that arises from that information?
Well, first I want to figure out what the fuck a conduit is.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you go looking for books about conduits.
Yeah.
You go looking for books about conduits, and will very quickly find the exact book you already read. And then come across another book, which would give you like some more, like the information about conduits is like as confusing as this conversation is.
Well, I wonder what I'm interested is, are you able to enter a conduit from a plane outside of the astral plane? It sounds like yes.
Yes. So the second book, except outside of the like conceptual problems with understanding what the conduits are, like also describes like similar to the one you read, information about the conduits, as in they are kind of like highways through the astral plane, and they can border any plane, and so they can begin and end with portals to any plane.
Okay.
So,
and
yeah.
those portals would be like big ass fucking portals. Or
No, they would be like portal is the description to or like if you were to find a conduit, and you travel along the conduit and find the beginning and the ending. The beginning could be someplace on the astral plane, and you can find the entrance to the conduit. Or it could be
sorry. The beginning could be in the astral plane.
Yeah.
And it could lead to literally anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not the ethereal plane, could it?
To your knowledge, probably not.
Okay.
And that's one option. It has like an opening on the astral plane. And the option 2, it does not have an opening on the astral plane and just fades into singularity. So you travel along this like large tube and then come to the point where it just like quickly like shifts into it, like shifts its diameter to non-existent and disappears.
You just die.
Which usually, like one would guess, means it exits the astral plane.
Okay.
So a conduit can, on the astral plane, begin out of nothing and just be there, which is hypothesized to be one conduit that leads to a different plane. Just like on a luck basis, traveling through conduits is not the greatest idea, which is why people usually don't just try to find like the other side of the conduit and then enter it. Yeah.
Okay. Does it say anything about, or through reading the book, does it say anything about how people identify the entire path of a conduit?
So in this book, the person that's writing this book has like spent a considered amount of time traveling along conduits they found.
So unlike what one would recommend to anyone, this guy actually just fucking blind went through conduits.
Oh no, outside.
Oh, okay.
And then from time to time, you can like observe things inside of the conduit. They are like semi-translucent.
But if a conduit takes you from the astral plane to some other plane, there's no way to figure out where it takes you unless you take it. Or, yeah.
I mean, it's a really good book you found, so they might be talking about some way to inferring from either by magic research methods or some sort of coloration and conductivity or something. Like there might be some ways to get like an idea, but you would never like know a concrete place where it ends. So a conduit to the prime material plane could literally just throw you into a volcano and you wouldn't know it, even if you were to figure out it goes to the prime material plane.
Okay.
Yeah. But observing like conduits from the outside, occasionally you come like across a conduit and you see fire elementals traveling through the conduit. So one end must like most likely be linked to the plane of fire.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, there's like some information can be gained, but conduits, at least to most people, are just a thing of, well, let's hope it works. And sometimes people accidentally run through conduits, and then they have like some idea of what a single specific conduit does, which is very helpful. But yeah, that's more accident thing.
Just to rewind back to the earlier book, did I take a conduit here, or
no? You took a portal. And from reading the history of the Order book, this portal is specifically crafted. Either it was like a color pool before, which is unlikely because color pools usually are one-sided. So it must have been like some sort of a dimensional, a planar like rift that has been stabilized.
Yeah. Wait, but that is that in reference to the astral plane portal or the library hole?
The astral plane portal.
Okay, but the library hole thing that I traveled through.
It like has like a similar feeling, like it almost feels like a conduit, like yeah, for your logic, like but like the name is specifically different with like just saying pathway.
Yeah, they call it pathway.
Yeah, but yeah, it technically kind of somewhat feels like similar, like a conduit. Like if you were able to link conduits and create like conduits that would be like even better. but you would be able to see, like you can see a conduit. If you are traveling through a conduit or you stumble upon a conduit, you know that you are.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, that is like
I think I spent a considerable amount of time
yeah, it's
reading
like
this guy's research about
understanding this book is like
identifying. Yeah.
there's like no foolproof way, but sometimes, as I said, like sometimes you can observe things traveling through conduits, which would give you like some sort of an idea, and then sometimes maybe you can, like from the end point of a conduit, like if you see it like fading into something, or maybe it like ends in a color pool, could is also a possibility that you would like have an idea where the color pool leads.
Oh, can you identify where color pools lead to?
More more clearly than conduits, yeah. Like if it
Okay.
leads to a like to the plane of fire, it's noticeable, like around the color pool, like the temperature is like extremely high, and like the color like indicates like somewhere where it leads. But like a portal to the prime material plane might be really hard to identify from just looking at it.
Could you identify just by method of exclusion? Like it's clear not a fire plane, clear not a water plane, clear not
Yeah, you
But
can also like try to look through it, which might at some with some color pools work, but must not always work.
okay. And the identification process of color pools or uh conduits, is that like is there like specific spells that are used for this? Is it like a whole research thing? Or what's like the methodology of identification?
It's more like the traditional way of identifying potions. Try and error.
Well, but didn't that one guy say that he could identify if a conduit leads to what plane a conduit would lead to by inspecting
Yeah,
the
maybe there's
environment
like
inside?
some sort of a magical ritual, but like you don't get an easy description. The person is like talking about conduits and not like about his specific ways of divining conduits. Like,
Does he cite something like as shown in
no.
what the fuck is wrong with these fucking loser wizards that
Yeah.
don't cite shit?
Yeah. You notice it's like the fourth book you read, and it's the fourth book that is not well written.
Does it have an author name?
Let's give it an author name. Let's see if we can find like a fancy name. Person definitely gives himself the title of a dimensionalist.
What a fucking loser.
What a
Corfin?
fucking loser. And
It was Corfin all along.
no. And so let's go with Diva. Deeva.
Nervous. Is there like books, paper, ink, quill over here that one can use to write books, or would I have to have that myself?
There is like ink and paper and feathers around, yeah.
Okay. I would like to. Yeah, actually, I don't even need to write a fucking book. It would just be like a 2-page, 3-page long thing, maybe a little bit longer. I think, once I feel like I'm reading a lot and I want to break from that and I want to do something, I'll start writing like like a paper on which will be titled like on writing, and I will just describe good writing habits, like citations. I'll define a standard for a citation. You know,
Yeah, if you
what's the
describe your experiment, actually describe your experiment, not just say you made an experiment. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, probably comes too late for yourself to save you some trouble.
Yeah, but for
But
the
maybe
future wizards.
for the future wizards, yeah. Alrighty. You spent like some considerable amount of time like reading through these two books. Like they are hard to read. Like you have to go
Mm-hmm.
back and forth, and they're talking about like random shit. Then the one book starts talking about conduits, and you're like, oh god, I have to like get like knowledge about conduits back into my head. And you start wandering around looking for these books. These are the two best books you find. Like you flap through some other books which have like shit information and like yeah, you're just unlucky at some point in times. But
Mm-hmm.
at least you find like some decent book about the topic, so you have like some idea that there is knowledge to be gained, and it's not
Mm-hmm.
completely impossible to learn new things.
Mm-hmm. Also, this is stoking my ego to learn, you know,
Mm-hmm.
weird stuff. What is
Do
it word called?
you want a topic break from astral plane stuff, or
I want a what?
a
Topic break?
topic break? Yeah, like
What's
you've spent like some amount of time. That's like kind of where you end up with the some more obscure knowledge about conduits and like some idea about the history of the Caesarean order and things interlinking. You go like through these informations, and you can like continue down this path, or you could say after like spending some weeks on this shit, I want to do I want to go and look up something else.
Let me just read what I wrote to you earlier about this. Things I want to read. Maybe I can remember some cool shit. Uh, yeah, I think maybe there's some alternation between like magic theory and just history.
Mm-hmm.
Um, uh, so I guess the Khaziri's wish and this thing about the construction of the Khazirian order were probably the first books I read.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the ones I got Roll20 first, so that's how it's determined, I think. Uh, then yeah, I would like to revisit this part about land shifting and creatures appearing in Undead Rising.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see if I can read more into that.
Mm-hmm.
But before that, can I take a quick break?
Yeah, we can take a break. A
Okay.
brip.
Yellow.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. So,
Earth shifting. Ant and undead.
mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Can you roll me a d20 to see if you find like some interesting things, or like how interesting things you find?
Ooh.
That is super interesting. You actually come across a book that is probably titled something like Fallout. Fallout of the Fallout of Destruction. Let's call it like something like this.
Fallout of destruction.
Yep. Fallout of the Destruction. Which is like somewhere in the, like you're looking for books about world history kind of, so it's in the world history part. So Fallout of the Destruction probably is not about fireballs and meteor swarms.
Mm-hmm.
So you pick it up, and it is a book that you quickly understand talks about what happened after Kasiri's wish, whatever actually Kasiri's wish was in terms of thing going on happened. Some observation done by this guy. The book is written by a name you might recognize. It is written by some guy called Ningala.
Right. The Windwalker.
That is the name you have read before, yeah?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And he describes this on this book like the aftermath of the events of Kasiri's Wish, which is to him like most noticeably, he speaks about the that destruction that he like is mentioned referenced in the title probably refers to the destruction of the meddler's conduits, and the fallout of all the divine abilities disappearing from the world. And with the fallout from the destruction, also the fact that it appears as though the gods have left the world behind, and in leaving, the earth shattering happened in the eastern part of the world. He would probably reference this as like the kingdom, with the ground rising up, and in a very short amount of time, like the span of a few years, the before quite well saturated land became dry. The desert spread from the edge of the world all the way to the basically to the middle of the land where the large river was before, and the slowly but surely, one after the other, these large colonies of ant-like humanoid-like human creatures appeared. From the way he describes it, you get like this feeling of, on the one hand, some things seem to be like lived through, and some things seem to be just observed. So when he talks about the desert spreading, this more like visual description of like how it feels to walk in the sand, like stuff like this, where before were grasslands, and speaking about the ant hives, it's like more like just observation, and yeah. That's like the general gist of the book. Not mentioning any type of personal stuff about himself, other than like just the experience.
So, after Kasiri's Wish, which seems somehow imply the destruction of the conduits the gods were using or something. Okay, so let's try to wrap my head around this. Meddlers must be using conduits to remotely access the prime material plane. Kasiri's Wish: destroy the conduits so they can no longer access the prime material plane, I guess. However, from this book, it sounds that after Kasiri's Wish, it sounded like the deities made a decision to leave rather than were forced to just not be able to communicate. I think
you read these things as you want to read. I say specific things, which might have meaning. Yeah. So, like just for like, we're going like over research that you do over a large amount of time and like very quick succession. So you would be able to reread books and like think about things that you like, names, concepts. Like you have way more time in character than we have as players here. So I'm giving you like some sort of general information, that you read, and then I rely on you to ask me questions to get into more details.
Yeah.
So yeah. So what is the
So
detail you are stuck on right now?
I think in the initial part, when you were describing what I read from the book, I mean, I can't quote you exactly, uh, but it sounded like the gods made a decision to leave. It sounded like it was some. Oh, I wish I had this written down so I could quote you. So maybe that could help clear things up. But I think you said something uh, like after the destruction of the um conduits. No, after Kasiri's wish, the gods left or something. I feel like it sounded like the gods just decided to. But I mean, it didn't use the word decided, but I feel like it sounded like the gods could have still accessed the prime material plane, but they just left. Mm, and
Give me a real life in check.
a real life int check.
Yeah, you are. You are. A player is missing crucial information that character would have.
Mm, um, um,
It would be way more obvious to a character than it is to player.
Meddlers must be using conduits to remotely access the prime material plane. Um, Currently, the conduits were destroyed. Presumably, the conduits are still destroyed. They don't regenerate. Let's just make that assumption first, then we can retrack and deny that assumption at some point if we feel like it's false. But let's just assume that the conduits are still destroyed. Um, there are currently deities in the prime material plane. So they can access the prime material plane regardless. Is there some significance to this word remotely here?
No, the significance is with a different, with two different words.
Access,
No.
meddlers, and deities?
Meddlers
What?
and gods.
Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. And from reading this, wait, is it somewhere? Can I find it? So Kel Al-Khaziri
Mm-hmm.
was uh it sounds like High Priest is probably like a kingdom title, but that was probably maybe given to him because he was only like a cleric wizard multiclass. Um with Kazgathar being his deity, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And the interpretation of the divine, so there was some divine plan, presumably. Uh or maybe that was a let's just assume for a moment that there is some divine plan. Um okay, I guess I will try to find I don't know if no, this was like the fallout of the destruction, so this probably wouldn't have anything about it. But I would like to, if it's at all within this library, I would like to find a book that talks about the first encounters, the formation of the meddlers, as they call it.
Mm-hmm.
Because what the fuck?
Okay. Um, the only reference you have is this like passage in Cassius which talks about the transcendence of the eight, which marks the beginning of the second age. Um, so, what exactly would you be looking for? Any idea?
Um, the second age began. I guess books about the history of the end of the first age or at the or of the beginning of the second age.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a major event that happened at that time period.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any notable characters at the end of the first age? It would maybe be the eight or no, I think. So if there's like the history of the first age, volume one, volume two, volume three, maybe volume three would
Yeah.
be the thing that I'm interested in, like the end part.
Unfortunately, no. Um, uh,
Mm,
I'm thinking of a title you might find interesting to pick out. Um, so you continue like searching through the
because I don't
history
know.
part of the library.
Yeah, because I don't know what the fuck transcendence is referring to here.
Mm-hmm.
I go to I go to the paper that I wrote earlier, and then the part where that I've written on citations, I underline it and I put a note in the footer. Please read the fucking underlined section.
Okay. Um, there is most. Yeah, this book must exist. Um, the book you find like which is the one that has the information. Like you go through a bunch of books. Um, you're rolling very well on your book luck check again, um, and you very quickly after like skimming a few books, like spending like 2-3 days just looking at books and like not getting any particularly interesting information. You come across a book that you pull out this one book that doesn't have like a title on the back. Like many books here do not have like titles on the back, so you have to take them out, open them up, like read the first few pages to understand like where it's heading. And,
I add to my paper on readability. Title your fucking books.
yeah, it's a very old book that you pull out. Although it probably has spent its entire life in this library, so it's probably doesn't look particularly old. And it is written by Al-Kasiri. And the title is The End of Order.
Al-Kasiri?
Yeah. The End of Order and the Beginning of the Meddling, or something like this. Yeah.
Nice. That sounds fucking perfect.
Yeah, that is like exactly what you were looking for. As I was thinking about it, like a good book, and I was like, this book has to exist. Like, this guy is obsessed with this, so he definitely wrote something on it. He's probably not the best author. Again, like as like all the books you have read so far, including Fallout of the Destruction, which is like probably the worst written book you have read so far. This book is also not well written, and it clearly, like just like reading the first few pages, you already know that this is in no way even trying to be objective. But well,
I think I do sendings, or in some of my sendings I rant about how poor the writing is. And I think in my projection conversations with Reynard, I think it is a reoccurring topic. You know, there's a chance that despite the circumstances, Reynard would even wish for me to not contact him, because it's like I almost only have one topic I'm interested in talking about, and it's a ranting about how fucking shit the writers are. Like, how do you have, like, you know, such a grand organization that's seemingly based on cooperations of wizards get their communication skills so fucking dog shit?
Yeah. They bring like 14 autists in one room. You have 14 autists in one room. That's like how it happens. Yeah, that's like the story here probably. Well, so he writes about like his topic. That is his main thing, the end of order. So he goes into a description that like all the way to the end of the first age, everything was working fine. Gods were gods. Planes were planes. War was war. Everything's fine, right? So his shit is in order. He knows what to do. He has his position, and he has like the authority. He is the one guy that is like the most important person in the kingdom, and in order to do anything, it has to go through him. Well, right. So I think clearly one path forward, and there were some minor problems that have been he mentions in side notes that you pick up on, which is apart from the war with the Dinkalis kingdom, there's also some dragon problems.
This is still in the first age.
Yeah, that is like also, this is the end of the order part, yeah. So we have this war going on with the other kingdom, and we have dragons that are doing dragon shit. Some dragons are cool, like you already noticed, like chromatic dragons, not so cool. Metallic dragons, more cool. And there is these 8 powerful dragons. A black, a green, a blue, a red, a brass, a bronze, a silver, and a gold dragon.
Wait, can you Can you relist those?
Black, green, blue, red.
Black, green, blue, red.
Brass, bronze, silver, and gold.
Okay.
4 good dragons, 4 evil dragons. At least that's like what you would assume. And they are side characters in the war. They sometimes align with sides, they sometimes do their own shit, and they sometimes disappear. And as the war draws to an end, the war of the Dinkalis Kingdom draws to an end.
Does it sound like the Cling collies are getting fucked?
They have been they have been driven back to like this one part somewhere at the edge of the world, and they are contained. It's just a constant like battle. Like the old kingdom does not want to like invade their land, and they do not have the power to invade them. So it's just a lasting war basically that has been going on forever. And finally, after some years of trying to get something done, the monarchs of both sides have come to an agreement that ends like the hostilities between the two kingdoms, and at the same time the 8 transcend into what he will refer all through his writing as the Meddlers.
And just to be clear, the ascending, transcending, that isn't somehow like part of the peace agreement. That just
no, this is something that happens around the same time. Maybe the transcension actually leads to the peace agreement. He clearly, for him, clearly it is. We did the work. The monarchs worked together to come to a ceasefire, and somewhat around the same time this transcension happens.
And
maybe somebody else would write it different, but that's what he writes.
Does he mention any like city names? I'm just curious about like the Flame collies that get pushed the fuck back. Were they pushed to like the edge of the world, or did they have like a town or something?
You would recognize the name of that Klinkalis kingdom.
Is it the place that they still are? Where Oliver got his thing?
The Klinkalis is that's the name you would use for the Scorpion Man.
Yeah. Is it the so in this text is the kingdom the same place where Oliver got his, was it Spear or Sael or something?
Yeah, from names he would reference for the war going on. The main battle is always between the Klinkalis kingdom on the one side, on the human the Klinkalis at this point clearly are also humans, but that's a different thing. Like he's not talking about Scorpion Man. He always like just mentions kingdom, so he talks about both sides as same type of creature. The main battle point is the city of Holgafar.
Was that where Oliver got his?
Yeah, that's the capital. Yeah, where he went into the temple. Where
what a weird place to have a priestly artifact in.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's like the main battlefront, which is like the closest part to where you encountered the old the ruins of the Tlinkalis, like at the edge of the world. So like in between these two places was like where the battle usually happened. Most of the other, like, that's what I meant, like the Tlinkalis kingdom clearly was pushed back. They were a constant pain in the ass, but not really threatening the kingdom in any larger way, because like all the other parts of the kingdom were, at least the parts that existed back then, but there's no description of what existed, were unaffected by the ongoing war, basically.
I don't have the old map anywhere. Can you put us on the old map for a second? Just so I can visualize where this front line was. Holgathar is there. So that a lot of the battle happened in Holgathar. Probably not like in the city, but somewhere like
With
here.
Holgathar, yeah, like
With Holgathar.
yeah.
Okay, so he's referencing Holgathar as like the capital.
Yeah, and like the place where everything interesting happens. Probably also the place where he is from, or where he was positioned in. So
He was positioned in.
yeah, like he is the high priest of the kingdom. That's the capital of the kingdom. So makes sense that he
Wait, Holgathar is the capital of the Tlinkali kingdom or the non-Tlinkali?
of the old
Oh,
kingdom.
okay. Sorry, I thought okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the Tlinkali. Where was the front line? Here, where this bandage is, or
I can't see what you are doing on the map.
like just was the front line like here?
Yeah, probably
Okay, sorry,
somewhere around there. Yeah.
I totally misunderstood. I thought Holgathar was where the Tlinkalis were.
No.
Okay, so it seems that now, after the humans have, or the good guy kingdom, hopefully good guys, have evacuated, the Tlinkali have taken, at least what we call Tlinkali have taken Holgathar again.
Seems like
Okay.
it. And they also do not seem to be back at the edge of the world anymore, because you were there and you didn't run into them.
And they're not like actively expanding.
Nope.
I don't think they were. Did we ever go to this coast? Or was that like the one coast that we almost
That
went to?
is the one place you have not gone to yet.
But we didn't see Glencoe like on the way.
Nope.
So okay. Okay.
Alrighty. Back to the library. The more pressing thing, apart from like small, where exactly did battles happen thing that comes up here is the names of the 8 dragons that are mentioned, which somehow, for some reason, seem to coincide with the name of the 8 meddlers.
Can I get which one is which?
Just quickly run them down. Like one you can probably guess, but
Wait, what? One I can guess?
yeah. So for Thun-Ata, that would be the black dragon.
And Thonathar is that's the void freak thing. And isn't aren't black dragons evil? So they're evil.
Oh, sorry. That is the green dragon. Stick.
Green.
Yeah. Frakthalon
green-
would be the black dragon.
Wait, who is the black dragon?
Frakthalon. Aren't green dragons evil? Yes, they are.
And aren't black dragons evil as well?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, all these priests are evil. Maybe. Probably.
I
Okay.
mean, dragons and stuff. Kanalir would be red dragon.
Uh, this is the guy who had like some dude in the capital at some point. There's like some clouds or something.
It's yeah. That is the one creature that maybe blew up part of the capital. Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Next dragon.
The next one would be Chakanoi, which is a silver dragon.
Chakanoi.
Mm-hmm. Myelin, which is the gold dragon.
And was it Narina? Was Narina a gold dragon?
Mm-hmm.
So these are different.
Different name at least.
Have we ever seen Myelin and Narina in the same room?
You did not, Oliver did.
Yeah, because I feel like if they. Yeah,
But then again, if it's a dragon god, or god, can he like hallucinate you to believe that something else is there, which is not there?
Especially if it's a fucking cleric.
Hmm.
He probably has full mind control.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sonsera is the brass dragon. Dolania is the bronze dragon. And Hanin Suta is the blue dragon.
No, wait, no, Hanin Suta was like the preservation. Okay, this will be pool2.txt. I'm sure that I will find this file when I need it. Okay. That is pretty wacky.
And like as I mentioned, the names are like in the first part of the book that is like talking about like where things are still like working as intended. So the order still exists. They appear like as side characters. They are not mentioned as side characters all the way to this point where the transcension happens. And after which they disappear from the world, and instead of them like acting by themselves, there appear these small groups of mostly humans that claim to be followers of these, for them, deities, which he always refers to as meddlers, and they are given some sort of powers, which they themselves speak of as being granted by their deities, which they do not seem to recognize as dragons, and like it's weird. Yeah, so this is the event of the transcension. These 8 always like mentioned as side characters, dragons that disappear from the world, and then with the same names being referenced, followers appear. And at the same time, the war with the Second Kingdom comes to a ceasefire with this treaty being signed, and the I think I have a name for them. It's in Kasu's wish.
Fucking meddlers, dude. Honestly, I empathize with this guy more and more every day.
Uh-huh. Uh, I think I gave a name to this event, so I'm just checking if I find it. Hmm. Nope.
But why did they kill all those guys in that dream?
What guys in what dream?
There's a dream where like the weapons turned against the people.
Oh, yeah. You know, like, Kasiri is such a great guy, you know, he's only kind of accidentally the head priest of the god of destruction. Might have something to do with that, might be completely unrelated. You know, things and such.
That's pretty wacky.
Yeah, somehow like you had like some books about like the history, like mentions of the history of the order. That event never got mentioned so far. Maybe just forgotten to mention it. Maybe there's some maliciousness here. Who knows? Yeah. And then the after the transcension happened, and these followers of these meddlers had become like established. The old order like breaks apart, and instead of like this straight up, there's like one guy, like him basically, necessary for war, and there's this other side of gods, although he doesn't ever talk about. Maybe there was some other high priest as well, who knows.
Wait, sorry, can you repeat that? I kind of zoned out.
Like, he describes the old order, and in the old order, to him, in his description, is always just everything is working as it should, and he is like the one guy to go to when everything that has to do with the most important thing that's going on in the world, which is the war against this other kingdom. He never mentions anything else. Like, he is like referencing and also getting referenced as the high priest of Kaskatar, which leaves open the question whether or not there would be a high priest of ILA as well, or a high priest of Leonam, but he never mentions anything here. So,
and so far there's not been any elaboration on this Crescent Cell thing.
what?
There hasn't been any elaboration on Cress and Zoe thus far.
He never mentions any of this. No.
Okay.
No. He is only talking about himself and like how he is the man, to be like he's the cool guy basically. And also the other book about Kasiri's Wish kind of only mentions him as high priest. There's only this one reference where it goes into the reference of these 5 aspects. Yeah. So you do not get any idea from reading this book whether or not there's other high priests around, or anybody else important in terms of divine anything, up to the point where he starts talking about the meddlers, which to him clearly not mentioned as divine, only mentioned as like dragon shitters, although to like the rest of the world clearly mentioned as divine. And unlike in the old times where there was like one clear path, now you have like these 8 different ethos things going on. These some of the followers don't get along with other followers. They are like have these like abilities that they show off, and like instead of like one centralized body of divine power, now it's like kind of like free flowing. which he also seems to be like slightly pissed off about. These like random guys getting chosen and like wandering around and performing some sort of divine magic, which he also thinks is just trash. Yeah.
Does he
And,
ever
yeah.
compare his spellcasting to the spellcasting of the followers of the?
Yeah, they are all shit.
Okay.
He's really cool and they are not cool. Yeah.
Does he like give out any specific ways how he's cool?
Like they they have like less powerful spells and like less spells, and also only like these small groups of spells they can cast. Not like him. He has like a way broader range of spells and also more powerful spells.
Okay.
Maybe.
Curious.
Who knows? Like he is clearly the cool guy, and they all clearly suck.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No more mention of dragons after the transcensions. At least not from him. Which either means there are no dragons left, or all the other dragons that exist are just meaningless to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then he kind of ends his rant about that shit going on with he went looking for a solution to this unfortunate event.
The solution. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't understand. Does it say anything about the meddlers leaving the prime material plane? I imagine the dragons existed on the prime material plane.
Mm-hmm.
Does it describe the ascension? Was that process somehow them leaving or something? But did you say something already about them leaving?
Yeah, they disappeared from the prime material plane. Like he mentioned these 8 dragons in passing, like with these names, and then he mentions like the followers appearing, saying that they are following these deities with the same names, and but these 8 dragons that he is speaking about do not. They disappear from the prime material plane.
Is there like any description of what the was it ascension or transcension?
Transcension.
What the
No.
transition was?
No.
Okay.
So either he did not want to describe it, or he was not part of what happened.
With the influence of the meddlers. Undue sway. True. Fuck these fucking clerics, dude. Led by him, a group of the elders had located the demi-planes that were inhabited by the meddlers.
Mm-hmm.
Demi-planes. What does demi-planes mean? That means it's not like a prime astral. It means it's not like fire, earth. It's not like an elemental plane. Does demi-plane refer to anything other than the shadow plane? I don't know how many demi-planes there are.
I mean, the only place you stumble across the nomenclature of demiplane is when being referred to these demiplanes.
Okay. Then I think that is the next thing that I will start reading. I'll try to find information about demiplanes.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's I think there's some spells that I know, like shadow monster.
Mm-hmm. The shadow plane is always referenced as shadow plane in anything you read so far. That is, if any spells like in the spell description reference the demiplane of shadows, do not think about this reference as
Okay.
particularly
Okay.
important here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
So the only place you come across the description demiplane is when the only place you found the description demiplane is in Kasiri's Wish when talking about the demiplanes of the meddlers.
Okay, then that will be my next topic, figuring out what the fuck
Yeah.
is a demiplane.
Yeah. So you have read a lot about planes in general. Back in your old research about planes, like the central planar construct, and like the postulation of the shadow planes, and yeah, so you go into looking for what exists else in terms of planes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now this is probably a long period of time that you need for this here.
Probably.
Yep. Before we go into planes, I just want to bring it up again because like it never organically came up, so I only mentioned it like once in passing. The the name of what's her name?
Orin, the
No,
other one.
Redan and Kaya.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. As I said, the name Kaya. You know a woman named Kaya.
Oh
I
yeah.
know of a woman named Kaya. Is this anything you are interested in ever talking about? I just mentioned it in passing at some point.
Do I know anything more than the person exists?
It is like some mid 40s woman that occasionally comes by Reynard's shop and seems to be friendly with Reynard. You would know her like since you were like 6 or so.
That's suspicious.
Maybe.
But I don't know because I mean I'm definitely not looking for information about her in this fucking library. That's for sure.
You're not what?
I'm definitely not looking for information about her in this library. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe if I were to meet, I don't know even know.
Yeah.
I
I just
mean,
wanted to bring it up again, so just be.
yeah, I think regardless of whatever fucking position Autoluke has, and even though I'm referred to whatever the fuck he refers to me as, I think in Osmar's mind, he is Reynard's son. That's his parent.
Okay.
I don't think he cares about
Yep.
bloodlines.
As I said, like you are referenced as son of something and something, and if you want to look into this, you can. You don't have to.
Yeah, I don't think. I think Osmar's proud about being Reynard's son, and I think he was excited about getting this message, but being referred to as someone else's child is infuriating to Osmar. He's
Okay.
proud of being raised by Reynard.
Yep. Alrighty. So, planes. You are scouring the library for books about planes. I assume you're just like planes in general. Like you don't know. There's no book, no backside of a book saying about demiplanes. So you have to look for all books about planes and find things. Some will be like repeat of similar information you already read about
Oh
the
my
central
god!
planar construct.
I can't imagine how fucking annoying it must be. I had this. So I read set theory during the summer, and now I got a book on topology, and the first 70 pages kind of like define like a little bit of set theory, so that you can do topology. And all the fucking phrases that they use are different than the book that I fucking read set theory on. So it's so fucking annoying when the text like, because I just like quickly skimmed it over because I don't want to fucking read 70 pages of a topic I already know. But then later on in the topology section, when they're referring to things as like, they have like these weird terms. Because I'm used to terms like partial order or well order or full order or something like this, but they had some weird different terms for them. And then I had to fucking always look at what the fuck do they mean by this fucking thing. It was so frustrating. I can't imagine how Osmar feels when, firstly, these people don't know how to fucking write, and the texts are from literally four, or they're potentially from four different ages. Everything is fucked. So he probably has to like reread old things again just so he understands what terminology this new writer is fucking using. Oh my god, it must be so infuriating.
Yep.
Fuck bad writers and non-standardized terminology.
Yeah, that is a major issue here. Alrighty.
Oh yeah, it was a word called simple order. I was like, what the fuck is a simple order? God, it was so fucking triggering.
Alrighty. You are like a month into yeah, probably a month. Like the year has changed. You're looking into planes. You found like some information about planes. That would be like one point where so over the last few months, like occasionally chatting with Reuven, you would have like understood that they went east, fought a lot of ants, and like killed 2 worms by now, which was way more difficult than expected. They have brute forced their way through the worms, but it was not easy. And around this time where you're like finally getting to the good stuff on planes, they would contact you with some information about some weird shit happening. With weird shit, I mean mostly the fact that a dragon gets sighted from inside of the kingdom.
What did they go color?
It is a it's not red, it's not blue, it's probably black.
Oh, by the way, do I know what color Septima is?
No.
God, what a fucking fuck.
A black dragon. And also maybe related to them killing worms, or not related to them killing worms, an increased activity of ants against the gate.
Okay. Yeah, did that book Fall Out of the Destruction say something about the ants?
Yeah, they appeared like slowly but surely.
Okay.
Starting from somewhere around the center of the kingdom area, and then spreading out north and south.
Did it hypothesize any reason?
He clearly links it to the gods disappearing. So either it has just to do with weird shit happening because the gods leave, or it is a punishment from the gods. One of the two things.
Seems pretty weird. Okay.
Yeah. I assume like weird shit happening in the kingdom does not like drag you back.
Hell no.
Hell no, alrighty. Perfect. Then
They can all
you
burn. Oh my god, this is my fucking portable hole.
you have apprentices to deal with this shit, right?
True. What was her name?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You got them and then you fucked off. I talked once with them, gave them a lot of money and said, "Here, go, do some shit with the money. I need books." Theresa and Sneed.
I remember Sneed because that's a World of Warcraft character. Was it
Okay.
Theresa?
Yeah.
Like Mr. Muten's mom?
Is Mr. Muten's mom called Theresa?
Yeah.
Anyways, planes. We're talking about planes. Have you read information about the void/abyss and the vibrant dream?
I think there was well, I don't know if I would say information about it. I think I read that Darina had gazed into them or something. The beautiful emptiness or something she called it. But I don't know if she had any books describing them in
Yeah.
detail.
So you just know about them existing. So information about them would be new to you. Which is probably like the first interesting thing you stumble across after going over the same shit you kind of already know. Again, postulation of shadow planes, postulation of separate sets of central planar constructs, like all the same shit you already came across. And then there is a more detailed version of a book that you already read, like about the planes, which like describes like the elemental planes and what exists on them, which is mostly useless apart from some weird shit going on in the plane of air, mostly because some creatures noticeably storm giants or cloud giants. I would have to look it up. Like one type of giants, like tend to have like traveled there and lived there or come from there. One of the two things. Also, some other weird like flying creatures in the plane of air, apart from elementals. And then the vibrant dream gets mentioned here, and
was the vibrant dream also on the other side of the astral plane, like further from?
Yeah, the vibrant dream is like a kind of a side plane to the astral plane. Because it's like not strictly linked to the prime material plane. And like from your knowledge exists somewhere between the positive energy plane and the astral plane.
Okay. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, I remember.
And it's like the home plane to sylvan creatures and anything that has to do with this. Although like in this description of the book, it more so goes into the detail that the there is like old or like original dwellers of the vibrant dream, and then post transcension dwellers of the vibrant dream.
Sorry, can you repeat that? There was
Post transcension dwellers.
post transcension dwellers, and what was before that?
Ancient or original inhabitants of the vibrant dream.
Original inhabitants and then post transcension dwellers. Okay.
Mentioning that like this person that wrote this book had like some prior traditional and or like written down knowledge of descriptions of dwellers of the vibrant dream, and then can clearly distinctly say that now So this book must have been written sometime in the Second Age. Now that there are different creatures living in the Vibrant Dream.
Okay.
And the same happens in the Abyss, which he changes the name to from Abyss originally to from Void originally to Abyss. So originally, like, this plane has been referred in like old tradition as the Void, and he now refers to it as Abyss, as he also mentions that on this plane a shift has appeared in inhabitants. And noticeably, the shift is that there are less creatures. Yeah.
Or less. Okay.
Mhm.
Does he does it seem like the writing on these is fairly impartial, or does he talk about it like, like an invasive species gross thing that's happened?
No, it's impartial. He
Okay.
also from reading it, there's like no repeat mention of like meddlers and shit. So maybe this person was like a bit more neutral on the thing than Kassiri himself, and or the person that wrote Kassiri's Wish, which was not Kassiri himself.
Wait, really? It wasn't?
No, Kassiri's Wish is
Oh, you mean the book Kassiri's
yeah,
Wish?
Kassiri's Wish is probably actually written by Otto Luke.
Okay. So it seems that the Abyss is the home plane of Thanathar, maybe. I guess thematically, at least, it matches.
Yeah.
Okay. That's curious.
Um,
But for what was the other term called again?
the Vibrant Dream.
Vibrant Dream. It did say that the creatures there changed, like some creatures that used to be there had to leave or something.
More different creatures appeared.
Okay, but creatures, it didn't cause like others to leave or something.
No.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Hey, alrighty. And unlike the previous knowledge you had, like about the Vibrant Dream and the Abyss being like these side planes, in this book, this person like writes also about like clear pathways between these planes and the prime material plane. He like postulates them and or like describes that they have to exist, else some things would not make sense or could not be happening, which means either they are actually linked in some other ways, shape or form, or at least a reliable network of conduits exists between these planes towards the prime
Okay.
material plane. Like, this is like with your knowledge you can get to this conclusion.
And this book was, because it was talking about after and pre-transcension. Transcension. This book was written after the Kasiri's ritual or whatever, the sealing of the things.
Must be written at least in the Second Age or the Third Age.
And the beginning of the Second Age, that's when Kaziri did his thing, right? Or was that
No.
later?
The First Age is the ancient time, which ends with the transcension of the Eight,
Okay.
and the end of the war with the Tinkalis,
Okay.
which marks the beginning of the Second Age, and the Second Age ends with the with Kassiri's wish and
Okay.
the
So it's
exodus of the gods.
okay. So in the second at the end of the Second Age, presumably the conduits that this guy is describing in this book were destroyed by Kassiri's wish.
Maybe. The Abyss and the Vibrant Dream, or the Void and the Vibrant Dream, are not mentioned as demi-planes. They are always referred to as full planes. Like, you already know about them existing. So
Okay.
if the conduits that have been marked for destruction specifically were the conduits linking the prime material plane to demi-planes, these conduits might not have been destroyed, or alternatively, there exists different links between these side planes and the prime material plane.
Okay. But okay. Well, if it is the case that there is no conduits between these and the prime material plane, then they were probably because whatever plane the meddlers are on should no longer have conduits to the prime material plane.
The conduits should have been destroyed at the end of the Second Age.
Yeah. So yeah. So if this book was assuming that the conduits still exist.
Again?
Assuming that the conduits still exist at the time of writing this book, it would have been within the Second Age. Except that
Yeah. Unless the conduits between the Abyss and the prime material plane were not targeted with the destruction.
yeah, in which case, presumably, the meddlers wouldn't inhabit those planes then. But those aren't demi-planes anyway, right?
Nope.
Okay, so that probably not.
At least they never get mentioned as demi-planes. They always get mentioned as planes. The only time demi-planes appears as a word is when talking about the demi-planes of the meddlers.
Well, theoretically, a group of the elders had located the demi-planes that were inhabited by the meddlers. That just means that there are demi-planes inhabited by the meddlers. It doesn't mean that necessarily every meddler is inhabiting a demi-plane. So it could be that some of them were on demi-planes and some of them were on full functioning planes. Okay, sorry.
Also, let me just quickly, somewhere there should be in Darina's journals also talks about this. Yeah, so she talks about being able to detect 6 places. If that makes any difference to you.
Hidden behind many veils between the astral plane and the planes of energy. Somehow they seem to exist. Six separate places. between the astral plane and the planes of energy.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, the void plane and the vibrant dream. Those were between planes of energy and astral plane. So those are two of them, right?
That's how they are usually referred to.
Okay. So there's four more that probably still exist that I don't know about, according to Dorina, or at least four.
Mhm.
Uh, oh, also, I'm just realizing this now. that whatever master she had, that master was not part of the Khazarian order.
Potentially, yeah.
Because, yeah, she writes about the master earlier, and then she writes that she stumbles across the name Khazarian order.
Mhm.
So presumably, whatever master she has is
Right.
not of the order. Uh, okay. I have to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be
Mhm.
back in 1 minute.
Alrighty.
Bob?
Mhm.
So where were we?
Um,
This was a
Darina's master is not part of the Cassinian order.
no. That was
Um,
a tangent from
yeah,
what
from
was the
looking at
original thing?
planes.
Yeah,
The question about the demiplanes still exists,
yeah.
and the question about demiplanes is like only answered in like a like very short like stack of papers that you find like somewhere around the book about planes, where some guy, um, probably the same guy that wrote the other book, which would then be Teres Selim.
Paracelum. Should I recognize that name?
That is the guy that wrote was leading the research group about the powers of the chosen.
Okay.
Um, he writes like this short few pages. You kind of just randomly come across them after looking for books um, about the demi-planes of the Meglas, which he links to the explaining the reason why they are called demiplanes, because they kind of exist as offshoots to the astral plane, but they do not, like to the knowledge of his research, lead anywhere else, and also do not seem to be clearly differing from the astral plane. So expected that the rules and regulations of the astral plane also exist in these demiplanes. And the reason why they were able to find them is because they kind of leave like this void in the astral plane that is unexplained, almost as if somebody took a part of the astral plane and moved it like somewhere else. So at some points the astral plane like makes no sense, even less than it usually does. How that could have happened, like he has no idea, but clearly some sort of higher power is necessary to achieve something like that, which should exceed any mortal's abilities. That is like divine intervention level of things going off.
Is like specifically something that the meddlers can't do?
That probably depends on who you're asking. But
Okay.
since he is talking about divine intervention, I mean, like from reading his description of the chosen's ability, he also like states meddlers, but he also states chosen, so he kind of like seems to be less extreme on the topic. But yeah, like your guess would be that he expects this to be not the work of the meddlers. And also like the conduits that are linked to these places.
So there's 6 of these? Is
Uh,
that what he said?
he does not state a number.
Okay.
He just states the existence of these things and describes why they are mentioned as demiplanes.
Okay.
Because they do not like make sense in any type of arrangement of planes, and also are like part of the astral plane but not on the astral plane. So
Okay. And oh my god, my brain is starting to slow down. It's getting late. But I had a question in my mind. I lost it. Oh, the gaps in the astral plane, do those function like color pools to these demi-planes? Does he talk about that?
no,
Okay.
as there is like kind of a part of the astral plane is like missing. It
Well,
should
there's
be there, but it isn't. So, but also,
but that's not like an
yeah.
entrance or exit or anything.
No, these are like locked away.
Okay.
They are able to find them. They're able to observe conduits that must be linked to these planes, but they are not able to access them.
Okay. Does he write anything about the methodology on identifying conduits to leading to demiplanes? Like, how is that? How does that? How do you make that assertion?
They were able to identify a more structurally secure conduit. Like conduits are like these semi-translucent things, and in theory you could destroy them if you have like some thing to pierce them. And then there are these this like specific type of conduit that seems like slightly unnatural, slightly off, and is also not translucent. You can't see what's in them, which is very odd.
So they theorize that these would lead to demiplanes.
They lead to the, like, they found like these places on the astral plane that are missing, and then also conduits that lead to the places that are missing. Like the conduit disappears in the same place as the place is missing.
Okay.
Yeah.
But nothing is known of like the demiplanes. We just know that there's conduits leading there. Okay.
They are not able to scry into them, they're not able to plane shift into them, they are not able to contact them. No.
And this is this book was written before the kabooming of the things?
Must be, because it's like talking about active conduits there. It's written by Teres Selim, so probably like, I mean, could be written some complete different time. But it is like talking about the discovery of these things and like the yeah.
But okay. Yeah. I'm super curious on how it was figured out that the meddlers got into demiplane. How was that figured out?
Either divine revelation or just assumption, but you don't find like looking on these books about planes and looking about planar shit, you don't find any explanation to why. It appears like in this, like in all mentions of these in the two mentions of the demiplanes you found, it always appears as just assumed to be true.
But hold on, wait. Just I'm thinking right now. The meddlers probably cannot create their own demiplanes. Meaning that they probably don't possess the ability to create a demiplane. Because I feel like if they could do that, then they must be able to. I feel like they must be able to. I feel like they must be able to access the prime material plane even if the connections have been broken. I mean, if you can create a demiplane, you can probably travel in and out of a demiplane. I feel like that sounds like an easier power. I feel like it. So my hypothesis is that the greater deities formed the demiplanes for the shitters, for the meddlers. And I hypothesize this because when the meddlers access to the prime material plane was destroyed, the major deities left as well. So the feeling I get is that the major deities do somewhat like or do prefer the existence of the minor deities. That's the feeling I'm getting right now.
Mm-hmm.
But also, well, I don't know. I was thinking maybe they don't all have to have the same opinion, but they all left. Or actually, the book didn't really mention anything other than Kaskatar, but or no, they didn't even mention Kaskatar. They just said that that guy was the high priest, and then the
Mm-hmm.
gods left. He used plural gods left, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I have this feeling that the major gods like the minor gods. That's the feeling I have right now.
Yep. Your feelings are valid.
Thank you. Mm. And they have other feelings.
Who has our feelings?
I'm thinking if I have other
Oh,
feelings.
okay.
Because you kind of paint this self-aggrandizing view of uh, El Al-Khaziri. However, a lot of really cool people joined his order. So he thought he was a cool guy, but he kind of was a cool guy.
I mean, they clearly made some really cool shit.
Yeah. Mm. I just don't understand. Yeah, I think even if he was a priest wizard multiclass, I don't think he regularly communed with the gods. I think the part about him, his interpretation of the divine plan, I think that just means that the people who lived in the kingdom thought there was a divine plan, so they just and he's just whatever guy that interpreted it. Or I don't think it was confirmed fact that a divine plan exists.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was human constructed. That's a feeling I have.
Mm-hmm.
Because it feels like uh it feels like even though if he was a cleric of Kaskatar, it feels like they disagreed. He wanted to I don't know. I guess I go back to history books and see if I can reconcile. This probably isn't the place to find information regarding that. Imagine everything here is pretty biased. But
Maybe.
I would like to know. Uh, I would like to know if Kale Al Qasiri communed with Kaskatar. There, mm, because I can pretty much get on board uh with screw the middlers because it feels like they're overreaching, but it also feels like he's overreaching a little bit. What if he was the meddler all along?
I mean, he is a very outspoken meddler, to be honest.
Definitely meddled.
I mean, he meddled so hard that he meddled the meddlers away, so
I feel like there was 9 meddlers.
yeah, maybe.
Maybe we need a new Osmar's wish.
Yeah. Well, I think like almost all information you can find about Kassiri and what he did is written in the Second Age or at the end, like somewhere in the middle of the Second Age or the end of the Second Age. Like there's like very, very lackluster information about anything happening in the First Age. Apart from some magic research books that seem like even older, like they must have already been old when they've been imported to this library. They also have like a written in a different language than Old Common. So also the
Vietnamish?
the scripture must have changed somewhere in the Second Age or the end of the First Age. So you spend a lot of time like looking into, can I find more information about like what's going on with the gods?
I think I'm specifically interested if I can find, I mean, preferably written by someone that's not in the Cassarian order, but if there is, if that doesn't exist, then, that's the best I can do. I'd like to find books about this Kel Al-Khaziri character.
There is a distinct lack of books about this Kel El-Kassiri character that are not written by members.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I imagine all books here are.
All like history books seem to be like mostly the just like wizard books, like research things and general like low level to high level books about wizardry and arcane things seem to be from a wide range of people.
Okay. Odd.
I mean,
But yeah, I'll read history books, even
yeah.
if they're written by Cassarian order people.
The like history section isn't that large compared to the overall library. There would be like some one book would be probably written about because it's like interesting the shenanigans that were at play with the peace between the kingdoms. Because with the peace and the treaty being arranged, there was a peace offering made by the normal kingdom towards the Chinkalis kingdom, consistent of a circlet that has been specifically enchanted, which you would very quickly recognize as the circlet of friendship or kinship that you are wearing.
What's it called? A friendship? Sort of friendship?
It has like some stupid thing on it.
Oh,
Dum, 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 dum. What's the name of it?
I just named it Tiara of Language Comprehension.
Yeah, it has like an inscription. That's why it has a different name. Yeah, Circlet of Friendship and Peace.
Circlet of Friendship.
Oh no, Circlet of Friendship. That's the official title.
That's cute.
And the
Well,
trickery is that they had this beacon track, this tracked beacon put on it, and created like 3 tracking maps that were able to track the whereabouts of the circlet. So the kind of plan was to always know where the leadership of the Clincalis is hanging around, and if they are moving, and or where they are hiding, if they, yeah, there was some trickery going on.
does that mean the guy that I looted this off of was the leader of the Clincalis?
Maybe
He was on the throne, wasn't he?
he was on a throne somewhere in a weird place, and yeah, also said some very interesting words that you seem to not have picked up on.
There's something about humans, something about elves.
Yeah. You have no idea who that was. Like, it was gifted to the Blinkalis kingdom without mention of name or anything, at least in here. It's more a book about the magic of the item and the tracking maps, and then it also mentions somewhere later that they added a second tracked item, which was the was worn by by the princess and handed down to the I usually handed down to the next in line for the throne.
In the princess of the Tlinkali kingdom?
No, the normal kingdom.
This gift was given by who?
The circle of friendship and the tracking mechanism was created with the peace treaty at the end of the first age, and then some time in the second age they added the second item with the same tracking beacon on it that is also been was also able to be tracked by the map, and this second item was just run by the next in line for the throne usually. That's like the purpose of the second item that's on the map. The first one was to track the
Yeah, but who was in possession of the maps?
the kingdom.
Why would they want to track their own thing?
Because they wanted to track the whereabouts of the princess in case she gets like kidnapped or shit.
Okay.
You know, creatures about that want to eat people.
Okay.
Also, maybe they were
Okay.
just shit people. That's also an option.
Okay. But I'm curious because this Kaskatar guy is like death and destruction. So I'm curious if I figure out if this Kill Al Khaziri is like trying to resist like the peace process or something. Do I get that kind of feeling? Like, do the texts speak negatively about the peace or the ceasefire or?
Like this book you found like speaks very positively about the fact that they might have dubbed it the Circlet of Friendship, but it actually was a trick played on the opposing faction. So maybe it does mean something.
That feels so crazy though, because you can just fucking identify it and figure out it has a beacon on it. I think Gollies were dumb as fuck if they didn't figure that out. Or it wasn't a trick. But this guy's talking about it as if it was a trick.
Other than this, I mean, Kasiri himself speaking about like the end of order and the beginning of the meddling. He like mentions that the war comes to an halt, but doesn't seem to be like, yeah, this is not a time of praise. That's like that just happened.
Yeah.
It's not like it's good and we like made something great. The only reason why he even mentions it as a maybe positive outcome is because he wants to make it about the fact that the kingdoms came to an agreement and not anything that has happened with the meddlers ending the conflict. Yeah, like you would like get the general idea that he is not a fan of peace, yeah, or at least not a fan of this peace. Also, like shortly after that happening, he like fucks off, right? So he's like the man in charge at the end of the first age. At least he describes himself as the most important person at the end of the first age. And then like the second age starts, the war ends, the meddlers, and then he says, okay, goodbye. I will go somewhere else and do my stuff. Maybe because he like naturally came to an age where he expected death to happen and like tries to get away from dying, or because he is like deeply unsatisfied with the affairs and doesn't see a way to solve the problem, a different way to solve the problem. Or he wants to become a lich, and that's why he like tries to go into liching. Also be an option.
He hasn't gone into liching, right?
It's not mentioned that he has gone into liching, no.
Because why would you, if you... Yeah, I guess at that point, after you figure out the astral plane, you don't need to lich, right? You can just astral plane.
Unless you want to go back to the prime material plane, then maybe liching is a good idea again.
No, sure.
But yeah. To your knowledge, like the second age ends with Kasiri's wish, which also ends Kasiri, so at least that's what the book says. And there's also a place that you know of, which is titled A Final Resting Place of Kasiri, or what's
Wait, I know a place called that.
one of the portals leads to resting place of Kel Al Kasiri.
Oh.
Yeah, portal 11.
Oh. He's dead. Shame.
He
Nah,
was a
maybe
great
good.
guy, but he died. Yeah.
Maybe it's a good thing.
Or he hardcore liched it up and like even liched away from the astral plane.
Could you be a lich on the astral plane? Is that even possible?
Not.
I don't know.
Be a lich wherever you want to be a lich.
I guess so.
It's a great thing about being a lich.
Can you be a lich on the positive energy plane?
That would probably be a very quick end of being a lich. But if anything could be on the positive energy plane, a lich is probably in the range of possibilities.
But I thought positive energy plane was a chill place.
It's like the place where all life energy comes from.
Yeah, seems pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
If you take a undead there, would they become a living thing again?
Maybe.
Experiment log number 1.
Plane shift a skeleton to the positive energy plane and see what happens.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So general feeling is Kasiri and peace probably not the most aligned things, unless peace is achieved by murdering everything in the way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Alrighty. So we have a lot of time left in your few months of staying here. Let's just quickly see in the things you wrote here, if we can quick track some things. Alrighty, this is long-term research. Are you interested in finding information about other places?
What do you mean by places? You mean like these other Tel Hansid, Dream Rift? Not immediately.
So, one thing you wouldn't notice is that Ningala is in Ningala's book. He is clearly from a third age point of view speaking about things that are happening.
And what was Ningala's book the after or the post
fallout of the destruction?
Yeah.
So he is talking about things that are happening in the third age, from which must be a point in time where the memory effect should already be going on, but he seems to be not affected by it. That makes sense. So either the memory did not immediately, the memory loss effect did not immediately happen, or it never really was a memory loss effect. So yeah. As it comes to crazy wacky things of casting spells, the only mention of crazy spell casting outside of the norm you have so far come across is the mention of the two Outer Realm wizards, Orin and Laryl, which seem to have at least a set of different spells that nobody else has and are kept very secret, things like this.
Is there anything about the two concepts mentioned ever?
I use the let me just quickly go into the tangent. The tension about the three gods and the two concepts in the Powers of the Chosen books. The tangent here is referencing the fact that the set of the fighter and the two spellcasters, and then the divine artifact and the powers. This is the 5 things that reappear in this structure here, which Teres Selim points out, that you have the 3 people where you on the other side have the three gods and these two abstract things, the artifact and the powers, the additional powers, which he references as part of the soul of the meddler, basically, empowering the three followers. That's like the tangent. Like he goes into a description what he means with that, pointing out a similarity here. The concepts. I mean, you are you've been part of the temple in Terrega, right? So you would have been like classically trained to an extent in liturgy. So there's no additional mention of the concepts here. Since the concepts always exist as a kind of placeholder to explain things, they are like worshipped as part of the divine sphere, but unlike the three gods, they are way more abstract. Like the three gods are worshipped as persons, and the concepts are worshipped as like abstract things. Yeah. And also in here, there's no more mention of these, apart from like in passing, from time to time. Yeah. Nothing particularly interesting. Why the dragon memory is locked, you find no explanation in here. Seemingly the Cassiran order is not interfacing with dragons at all. Like, you don't really find anything about dragons, apart from the mention in the book from Cassiri, and there's probably like one other Assyrian history book you would stumble across at some point, which references the dragons as agents of destruction and chaos, and agents of wisdom and creation.
Also, now that I'm rereading this mysterious scroll, it doesn't seem like the writer didn't seem that the writer was really pushing me to do the seal. It seems like it was pretty much left up to a choice. So maybe this guy disagrees with Kale Al-Qasiri, or maybe he doesn't have as strong opinions about it. And he's like, maybe it's good, maybe it's bad. Do whatever you want. I don't really care. Not like he's opposed to it, but also, something that is curious is if there is any bias in this library. Actually, wait, when did they find the astral portal?
Early in the Second Age.
Okay, never mind. Yeah. I was gonna say that the bias would have to be of other members of the order, not Kale Al-Qasiri, but I guess if the library existed long before he died, then that's not true. Okay.
basically what I'm trying to do here is, unless you have like some more specific questions, we will have you doing random looking around research, giving you like some answers to some questions you have, and like pass forward to the event that happens here with you. Unless you get bored after 4 months of looking around the library and decides that you want to leave anyways.
Probably not, as long as I still get to occasionally project self-talk to someone and don't go literally insane. I think I'm...
Yeah, so far you have not gone insane. And there's like many books here to read, like you always want to be brushing up on abstract things that you want to know for like researching spells in the future. So looking at like what books exist here that maybe you want to get some copies of or steal or whatever you want to do with them, to enrich your own library, or maybe use this as research library as well.
It would be quite the effort to access.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Unless I'd like to see if I can figure something out about the convergence tear. Then maybe I could make traveling here possible if I could, like, they have the thing that pulls me to the edge of the world, the amulet. So then if I could, if is it, were color pools always just one way?
They can be two-way, but you can never see them from the other side. So if you know where a color pool is, because you like left the astral plane to, for example, the prime material plane, and you know exactly where it is, if you go the exact way back and it's a two-way, you would end up back on the astral plane. But you can't see it. That's like the main issue.
Regardless of true seeing or anything.
Yeah.
But if
there might be like some
it,
way of magic detection, like kind of similar to your sense of the drifts, where you could like study the phenomenon to like identify it if you see something that is similar to the specific magic shit going on.
But if I traveled first from the astral plane there, then I could remember where it is.
Yeah. You still have to like hit the two-dimensional plane perfectly to go through it, but if you can manage to do that, you can do it, yeah.
I mean, depending on from which direction you hit it. Doesn't really make it that hard.
Yeah.
Like if a door was perfectly two-dimensional instead of like the three-dimensional, it wouldn't make it harder to go through it. It would be harder to see it from the side, but
yeah, like you have to like pass through it, and in order to like pass through it, you have to be aligned in the correct direction. If you like hit the edge, you don't pass through it. If you hit it from the wrong side, you don't pass through it. That's like the issue here.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. You still need like a 80% correct aligned trajectory to pass through the thing.
Yeah, but if I come out, then it would be like turn 180 degrees and then go back in.
Yeah, and also so, you know where it is, so maybe you could like detect magic, some anomaly here, so you could like relocate it as well in the future.
I mean, I don't even need to make it so complicated. I just spray paint or do something that I recognize the place physically.
Yeah, I mean, if the portal is like somewhere randomly in the air, it's gonna be a bit complicated, but.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. Also, if the color pool leads you into like a sea or maybe into a cave with no exit.
That's what I was wondering, because there was some book talking about easy access to the elemental planes. Does that elaborate on the color pool?
Like the convergence there leads to the convergence. And easy access to the elemental planes in the convergence area is because in the convergence area, randomly portals or rifts to elemental planes open up.
Yeah.
If you are spending some time there, next just by happen chance, next to you, a portal to some random plane will open up, and you can jump into it if you are equipped to do it, and or have whole portal or anything ready to, or some sort of quick movement.
But does it talk about the location of the color pool itself? Does it mention if it's two-way?
It is two-way.
Does it describe what kind of when you pop out of the color pool, do you land in volcano or water or something?
No. Somewhere in the convergence. The convergence area is ever shifting, so.
So it would be incredibly difficult to find the way back then.
Without some form of locating the portal, yeah.
Okay, so I couldn't. Guess I just need to wait until I get teleport without error, then just teleport into the or next to the astral plane thing. Astral portal thing. There's no way to use.
Yeah.
Still quite a ways away. 2 levels.
Also, the convergence area, while it is described as cool shit that you have this easy access to the area to get to elemental planes, the convergence area is also definitely not a place you want to be ever, unless you're well prepared to be there. This is the number one place of accidental death.
Okay.
Yeah.
And seashore.
The seashore is the shore of the Astral Sea. Astral Sea is some.
That's not spooky.
Yeah, bit spooky, but also cool.
Arena, library. Can I get descriptions on what these places are over here?
If you want to look for them, you can spend some time looking for information.
Yeah, I think I put that off a little bit. I think after all of this history stuff, I do some actual wizarding research for a moment.
Right.
Specifically, I guess since I'm a transportation specialist, I would look for information specializing in transportation magic.
Transportation magic.
Transmutation magic.
Transmutation magic. Yeah, you can find many books about transmutation magic in the library. It's a well-equipped wizard library.
Yeah, I try to look for some very, very eccentric knowledge.
Yeah, no problem. This is you have access to knowledge here that is pushing your ability to understand what these people are even writing about, even in your field of specialization here.
Yeah, which isn't helped by the fact that these are dog shit writers.
Yeah. True.
Ooh, actually, are there books that are not written by Khazarian Order members that are actually written better?
Yeah. Some of the wizard research stuff here is written by proper trained people who are writing about shit that really well I understand really well. The all the historiography is pretty dog shit. And very clearly biased and somebody just writing what's on his mind. The research material is top tier.
Nice.
the people who have written research material actually made up their mind what they want to write and like probably wrote down what they have conceived here. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll read some cool stuff about this theory of high-level transmutation magic. And I'm curious because I think out of character, I know that Leland is a. I don't know if he is a transmuter, but I think all of his spells are transmutation spells. Leland's secret chest is alteration. Secure shelter is alteration. Tiny hut is
Lamentable
alteration.
belablement. Enchanting.
Yeah, but everything else is alteration, except trap. So I'm hoping that I've seen this name a couple of times. So I'm hoping that eventually I run into some research written by him, even though I fucking hate his writing. But it would be cool to see.
Yeah, he probably like. There must be one interesting book that he has written, since he's like some type of. I mean, he's like doing transmutation spells, but also kind of like the secure shelter and hidden lodge, also kind of dimensional related things. So he definitely has like some book in here where he has been doing research into extra dimensional spaces and the astral plane.
Nice, that sounds perfect.
Which also in rules makes like a interesting thing to know here, because extra dimensional spaces and the astral plane have some weird interaction.
No. Bro.
Specifically, stable extra dimensional things. So your pouches, your portable hole, they work when they are stabilized. If you were to cast a deep pocket spell, or try to secure shelter or hidden lodge on the astral plane, it would fail.
Okay.
So temporary extra dimensional spaces and the astral plane don't go along
But
well.
hidden lodge isn't extra dimensional space, is it?
Hidden lodge is larger on the inside than it's on the outside.
Oh, is it?
I think.
Okay, but then secure
If it's
shelter.
not, then it works. But
well, the other thing, what I was wondering, secure shelter. At least secure shelter. I don't think that's like extra dimensional. However,
oh wait, there's like the next one, not secure shelter, a hidden lodge.
Yeah, hidden lodge. I'm not sure. I think it's just invisible.
Secure shelter.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about bigger on the. I don't think it's bigger on the inside. I think it's just.
I thought it's bigger on the inside than it's on the outside, but it doesn't say so.
There is one spell. I don't think it's created by Liamin, but there's one spell that's like the next level of hidden shelter, which just like which basically creates like a almost like a colorful like a TOD. But I imagine that secure shelter probably wouldn't work on the astral plane anyway, because it says that it pulls like materials nearby.
Yeah, you can't really hide in the astral plane that well.
No, but like the construction of secure shelter or hidden lodge, it like pulls nearby ground and earth together to create the hut. It's like if you're in a stony area, you create a stone hut. If you're in like the woodlands, you make a wood hut. And there's no wood or stone nearby, I imagine.
Call into being a sturdy cottage made of material that is common in the area.
Yeah.
I mean, does not specifically say that it uses the material around it.
I guess.
Just like
That's,
uses the.
that's always how I've imagined it, because it's an
Okay.
alteration spell. You're not conjuring, you're not, you know, you're not
Was
invoking or
actually
conjuring.
a cool idea. Yeah. And the other one, what is it called? Oh, Mordenkainen's magnificent
Yeah.
mansion. Yeah, that one would fail. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So like extra dimensional, non-translated extra, like that is like where it ends up. You can't create a permanent, like if you had deep pockets and try to permanent see them on the astral plane, it would not work. But you can like permanence magically, like extra dimensional magic space that is made permanent outside of the astral plane,
Yeah.
and then translated through a portal into the astral plane works.
Yeah.
If it's not translated, it does not work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Okay. So you do some general wizard research here, and we pass through the time a few months forward. And do you at all ever like check the other beacons with your dagger?
I think I did that somewhere.
You checked when you entered like this time the astral plane.
Well, now that you mention it, I probably do check.
I mean, it's always the same number. It's always 14.
But now they feel like they're in different directions, maybe? Or
I mean, like direction on the astral plane, it's kind of a meaningless thing. They are somewhere.
there's concept of a angle.
Yeah, there's the concept of an angle, and they are like to you at some angle, but like
There's a concept of
if the signature that was to your right when you left the sphere could be in front of you, could be behind you now, could be left of you now.
yeah.
Like you have no real orientation here. Could also be that the entire library building that you are in like is turning in space all the time, and you just don't notice it. So yeah, the signatures are somewhere on the astral plane.
Got him.
And as we are coming to the close to the time of the event here, you are like sitting around reading a book, and
Wait.
yeah.
Let's give the book a title.
The book that you are reading at this point in time is called
Oh my god. It's called Pretentious Alteration. There's this field of number theory called Pretentious Number Theory. I just love the name so much.
Okay.
So,
Pretentious Alteration. Okay.
Yeah. It's actually pretty interesting. It's like tries to make it's weird because it's called pretentious, but it tries to make it makes like some kind of complicated theory, but then after that, like the results are a lot more intuitive. I don't know why it's called pretentious. I don't know where it comes from.
Okay.
But that's what it's called.
So Pretentious Alteration. Subtitle: Why gold is not always better than lead.
Nice.
That's a good title. Okay. You're reading this book, and you get like this weird like light effect going on as you like the lighting like slightly changes, and as you look up, appearing like you look up and look around a bit, appearing like somewhere in the middle of the study room here where you're sitting at the moment, is fire. And like as you like quickly notice the fire, which is very odd because there shouldn't be fire on the astral plane. You notice that the fire is actually slowly but surely creating slightly fiery letters in the air.
Letters?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, like not like paper letters, but like X, Y, Z, A,
Yeah,
B, C.
like writing like appears in the air.
Is the ghost reacting to the fire at all?
Nah.
Okay. I think initially, is it like does the fire appear like slowly, or is it like a burst that comes in?
No, it looks like somebody's writing in the air, but like instead of
Okay.
the writing appears as fire.
Okay, so I'm not immediately panicked about the library burning. It seems
No.
controlled.
Yeah, very controlled.
Okay. I guess is it writing in do I recognize the lexicography? Is that what it's called? The alphabet?
It's old common.
Do I need to go touch it if I want to read it?
I mean, you are comprehend languaging a magic book at the moment, which could be written in Old Common or some other language.
I don't think it worked. I mean, you get to rule it however you want, but I don't think it should work. Or like, there's a.
No, let's be real. You've been reading Old Common, like you recognize the. Didn't we like go over this that you have like some
I think at least what we've agreed
rough
earlier.
perception of Old Common.
I think we've agreed that at least I can recognize the letters.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if we've said that I can read it.
You can probably write it down if you want to.
Oh yeah, sure. I pull out some paper and then I start copying the letters so that I can convert language it off the paper.
Yeah. You copy it down and then try to read it. It's just a short message.
And wait. Is it like one letter appears at a time, or is it like?
You can see like the like the first flame appears and then like more flames appear and slowly like kind of in the speed of somebody writing down the thing. The fire appears in the air, writing down the things.
Okay, and as new sentences appear, do the older ones disappear? Or
no, like the entire message gets written and then like you can copy it down and then 5 minutes or 10 minutes later it disappears.
Okay.
The message is very quick. Hello, friend. I will be arriving in the library in about 6 days. Don't be afraid.
I'm a little bit afraid.
Sure, if you want to be afraid, be afraid. It's totally up to you.
Okay. I continue on with my research.
Quickly jump timeline here to the correct time.
On pretentious operations.
Yep.
Why
continue?
Lead is better than gold? Or the other way around?
Why gold is not always better than lead. Yep. Some undetermined amount of time goes by. I mean, the person told you 6 days, but how long are 6 days on the astral plane? Who knows?
Who knows?
Yep. And
Obama does.
Yeah. Some undetermined amount of time later, you Give me a quick d20 to see if you're kind of accidentally sleeping at this time. Nope, you're not sleeping.
Oh.
The door opens and in comes a robed figure.
Do I recognize him?
Nope.
You've used this token before.
Yes, I have used this token before. And if you don't stop him...
I guess if he enters, I turn to look at him.
Gives you a wave. You recognize like the blue robe that you've seen before. And
I give him a wave.
he ignores the ghost sitting in there and like comes up to you. He is wearing like this blue robes, these robes that seem to be notating a member of the Cassirian Order, and he is has in his hand a staff that he's using kind of as a walking stick here. It is a interesting looking staff, like two things that are interesting. A, you have no idea what the wood is that it's made of, but it's like these 3 strands of something that are like woven. And then the tip of the staff has like this golden yellowish sphere on top. That seems to be like almost like scales of something, but then these scales seem to be like slightly having like fuzzy edges. It's kind of like hard to get
like,
a good grasp of what they actually are, like from
does
just
it
looking at
look like how things look like on the ethereal plane?
No. It's more like you would expect it to have like clear edges, but it then like as it moves through the air, like the edges seem to be like slightly shifting.
Okay. And is the character I meet, are they hooded the same way the token is?
Yeah. Has he
So
hood up?
I don't see their face.
No, not immediately.
Can I discern their gender?
You don't see female breasts, so it's probably a guy. But you could be wrong.
And Orin was a girl.
You know, you got the names.
Okay.
Orin and Laryl.
Okay.
I don't think you got like any.
They don't mention gender.
No.
Orin the female.
Yeah, could be a guy, could be a girl.
Okay.
Yeah, this person like walks up to you, and then says, in a language you understand because you're looking at him as well. Hello, friend.
Hello.
It's been a long time since I saw a new face up here.
I give a respectful, like 30-degree bow. Not super deep, but
yeah. He nods as well, and like his like now standing like closer to you, his hood is like not completely covering his face. You see like this has a beard.
So either a man or a dwarf.
Yeah, voice sounds male as well. Seems to be a guy with a beard, and the beard is straight red.
It is what?
It's a red color of the beard.
Red.
Yeah.
Like ginger or like red?
Like more than ginger red.
Okay.
Seeming like to you, it seems like unnatural red.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he said, it's been a long time since he's seen someone in this library.
Yeah, since he's seen a new face here.
Yeah, I just made it here recently. Give a awkward smile.
Well, I heard that we have a new person who is looking to join? Question mark.
I I give him like an awkward smile and nod. 'Cause I probably don't want to decline here. A little bit spooked.
Well, you found one of our daggers. You came here. Clearly, you have started to take the path.
I'm curious, just for etiquette. This is my first time visiting a place like this. Is it normal for all the books to be left like this? Like, what do all these unattended books here mean? Should I put them back in the bookshelf? Should I leave them be? Is someone's work still in due? I've been here for a long time. You're the first person I've met.
Maybe somebody just forgot to put them back. I wouldn't make too much of it.
Mm-hmm.
If you have so much time to spend, sometimes you become forgetful. And since we don't see many people, we sometimes forget our manners. Speaking of which, I might introduce myself. Name is Orin.
Hey, check out my hand. I'm Osmar.
He reaches out and shakes your hand. Noticeably, the hand, like the color of the skin is a bit also slightly reddish, like more red than you would expect it to be.
He feels the firm grip of my. Actually, never mind. I was gonna say he feels the firm grip of my handshake because I have 14 strength, but there's a place where strength doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm.
He feels the firm handshake of my 19 int.
Yeah, you feel the firm handshake of his undetermined and yeah.
I gotta scratch my head.
So, how do you enjoy the library so far?
I mean, it's great. There's a bunch of stuff. I don't know much, especially the they go by many different names. Tendrils, pathways, maybe. I'm not. I think no.
No, no,
Pathway
no,
probably
no.
refers to something else. Conduits.
Yeah, conduits, tendrils, tentacles,
I tried to read
silver
a little bit.
highways.
I tried to read a little bit about uh how their endpoints are identified. Seemed a little bit unclear.
Oh, it is unclear. If you come up with a foolproof plan to identifying conduits, I think everybody in the order would be interested in having it.
Leave a nod.
We have achieved the ability of educated guessing, but other than this, seemingly the ability eludes us.
Have I within the past what did you say, 2 months that I've been here reading? Like
You've been here for 8 months.
okay, but specifically about magic stuff or wizarding
Oh,
stuff?
yeah, 3, 4 months, yeah.
Okay. Have I during this time written any books authored by Orin?
Um, mm, um, I don't know if would you have like specifically read a book from Orin? Because the topic is not like really that interesting to you, I think. But there's like one book that he has written about the pathways, if that's interesting to you.
Oh, I would have imagined that I would have read that. Maybe not. Maybe I just didn't come across it.
I mean, you came across the book, but it's just a question if you would have read it
I think I would have
because
read it.
topic is interesting to you, or if you put it away.
because the pathways are what determine the places where you can go from the place.
Mhm.
So I think I would have read that.
Yeah. Yeah, there was like a book from him where he writes about his kind of what he's doing and how he is creating these pathways, which is by use of the gatekeeper stuff or stuff of the gatekeeper, uh, which creates specific arcane beacon signatures that allow you to focus more clearly on the place you want to go. And therefore, by like leaving from one gate to the other gate, traveling along the pathway, you cut down your travel time by approximately 50%.
Um, and did it feel like Orin was a good writer or a bad writer?
Uh, mm, it seems more like a activity to do because you have nothing else to do. So it is way more descriptive than it has to be, and way less informative for the time of for the amount of time you spend on reading it.
Okay.
It is
So,
well written, but like you could like cut the book in half and transport the same amount of knowledge.
okay. Uh, yeah. So I think I cite some of the book to him and
Hmm.
say, seems like a maybe a little bit funny solution, but it's super interesting that this kind of thing worked. Is this stuff the one that's mentioned in your book? I give the title.
Mm-hmm. He notes this. Yeah, this is one of the artifacts we created over the time. It's very helpful to get around and helps me with my duties, I guess, as well.
If you don't mind sharing, I don't want to be a bother, but what are your duties exactly? And how much time do
Uh,
you get to spend on research?
I spend basically all my time with whatever I want to do. My duties are mostly formal at this point in time, since we don't have many visitors. Also, we don't seem to be running into problems with unfriendlies. So I get to do mostly what I want to do. Occasionally, I create a new pathway, but since there's not many people who end up on our edge of the astral plane and within the confine of our order, I don't have much to do as it comes to this. So, yeah. My role
I
was created with some other vision in mind than what ended up happening.
I nod along. Uh, how do you feel about that? It seems like a good thing.
Um, I mean, I have all the time in the world to create more wisdom and create new interesting things for myself and research, and sometimes just spend months at a time just looking into the space. I can do whatever I want. Um, Sometimes it becomes a bit boring having the same faces around you. You don't really want to speak with the same people after hundreds of years, but well, that's why it becomes interesting when a new face shows up.
I smile. It's nice that at least you get to work with other people. It's like life of.
Occasionally.
I fear it might get lonely here sometimes.
Oh, I guess. I'm not saying it is the most lively place to exist, but it is the only place to exist and have all the time you need.
Mm-hmm. And or do you have? Am I preventing you from doing something right now? Are you?
Oh,
Did you?
you are. I mean, what I'm doing here is chatting with you. I came here specifically to say hello after finishing what I was doing before and like spending some time. We have the new signature has become very obvious to all of us.
When he says that, Osmar breaks into a big smile, feeling now that he's definitely not. Doesn't seem like he's a nuisance or annoyance. Seems like this guy's happy about his existence.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I've been enjoying this place really well. I don't know what the deal with the ghost guy is. I wrote my name down.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but he doesn't really do much.
Oh, why would he do much? You're allowed to be here.
I don't know, maybe like mm-mm. I give a shrug. Um, oh, are you familiar with this work here? And I guess I show him the pretentious alterations book that I've been reading.
I must have looked at it at some point in time.
I'm having some trouble here figuring this part out, and then I scrolled to a page that I skipped at some point
Mm-hmm.
because it was too hard to get my head around.
Mm-hmm.
And I ask, you know,
Yeah, he looks at it and then looks at you and says, it's not particularly surprising that you have a hard time to wrap your head around this.
uh,
Would wage the guess that these concepts are above your abilities at the moment.
I'm a little bit sad about that.
You're still a young wizard. We have plenty of time before you. And from what the whispers on the wind tell us, you are making mostly great use of your time, getting more powerful and stronger very quickly.
Oh, I'm actually so curious. How do you guys monitor the material plane? Do you still have a great interest in the ongoings of that area?
Not that much.
Mm.
Occasionally we glean through some windows. But we have stopped caring about the goings on the material plane. At least most of us.
Okay, that makes sense.
Ever since the Ningala problem happened, we mostly gave up on the material planes.
Sorry, what's the Ningala problem? I'm not sure if I know what you're referencing.
Oh, the last wizard that joined our ranks before you, I guess. Upstart wizard by the name of Ningala. I don't want to go into details why we knew about him, but after the events of the cataclysm, he spent some time here, got to know some people, did some weird research, stole some shit, and the end result was, well, let's just say ancient relics should be left where no people get them. It was a slight lapse in judgment on our side, I guess. I could explain more if you're interested, but I think it is a not a too much interesting topic.
Okay, that's fine. Can I ask, what does a man like you research nowadays? I feel like, I mean, reading your library, you guys all seem so knowledgeable about everything. Does there continue to be things to learn? Does it not end?
I mean, our research takes decades at time. You have to create many things from scratch when you reach the end of most people's knowledge. So if one of us wanted to create a new spell or create a specific dreamer to enchant a specific item, we could spend 50 years doing the research. That is 50 years in your time.
I nod along. What kind of stuff have you been working on?
I have spent some time creating a more powerful spell than what's the fucking name?
Power kill.
No, he's like it's a name, you have no idea what it does, but
Okay.
just find the is it it's a really cool spell. I don't find a name. He gives you a name of a spell. And you can either be say that you have no idea what it does, or just accept it as spell of the name of a spell.
I give him a. I give him a I don't know face. I don't know how to explain I don't know face. But I don't do like the weird shrug thing with the arms in the air. I give him like a I don't know face.
Do you ask him?
I say I've never heard of it.
Oh, it's a spell of my my homeland. It's not that known here.
Oh, actually, I heard about that. In some book it said that you and Lara,
Yeah, my sister.
came from a different realm. What does that mean? What is that different realm?
There's been long discussions about what different realm would mean. let's just say, outside of the world that you inhabit, there seems to be different worlds, and we come from one of these. We never really nailed it down if that means we inhabit the same prime material plane or not, but seemingly the difference is mostly just semantics to some point. The same rules apply to us as do to you.
I give him a confused look.
Plainer things are confusing to everyone, I guess, until you finally understand that most of it is just random.
I'd hope there'd be more to it than just that.
We all hope that there's more to it than just this, but at the end of the day, the world is created and we just have to deal with the rules that it was created with.
And not along.
And not all rules have to make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Charlatan's Miraculum is the spell he references.
What?
Charlatan's Miraculum.
I cannot find it.
Yeah, I know.
It's not in Purple Worm.
Nope.
What? That does not change my not knowing of the spell.
I know. I'm just giving you the name. I told you don't know the spell.
Mm.
He continues talking about the world just being random. And once you understand that the world is just random, many things make more sense and less sense at the same time. More sense in the time that you just accept them as to be, and less sense in the reason that you understand that there's no reason for it to be like this.
Shame, I guess. Like,
I
it
mean,
is what it is, I guess.
the world is just what it is. It's what surrounds you and what you experience.
Mm-hmm.
You are born with the senses you have. You might be completely missing parts of the world that exists for other creatures.
Mm-hmm.
When you're able to see into the arcane and understand the flow of magic, you are able to sense things that many other people can't. There's no real reason or rhyme to why that is like it is.
Yeah, I guess.
So, humor me, but what are you trying to achieve here? Is there something specific you're trying to learn? I heard you are, in theory, still busy back in your home. You don't seem to have reached age and capability to permanently resettle here.
Well, for the past while, I've been just kind of trying to inform myself with some of the more deeper theories. I don't think we have much material like this on the prime material plane, so I'm really taking this as a opportunity to improve myself as a wizard, hopefully.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. We have probably the best library for wizards you can find.
Why is it that you make it available like this? Feels like such a charitable action. Most people in most people that I meet always ask for stuff in return.
Well, it is not available to everyone. It's only
That's true.
available to people who manage to arrive here and are allowed to enter.
That's true. But I'm not like paying you guys. I guess if you don't
It's
need
not
food
like
or
we need
water.
payment.
Yeah. Is spell research expensive for you guys? Where do you get your resources from?
We have ways to reach out of here if necessary, but mostly if you spend more time, you need less things.
A nod.
Human time span is quite short, so we always try to achieve your goals as fast as possible. When time stops mattering, you can use more time, solve many problems.
I guess. Yeah. I was also reading a little bit about the history of your organization. Uh, and
I don't think there's any good book about history in here that one should read.
why is that?
The only people that spend time to write about history here are people who want to preserve their view of the world. I don't think there's much in terms of diligence and humility in any of the historic works in this library.
Well, even if that was the case, I feel like reading their perspective is still somewhat valuable. Maybe with the knowledge that it might be, or with the knowledge that is, of course, their writing. Keep in mind.
Of course, every story has some grain of the truth to it.
I nod. So, at least from what I read, it sounded like sealing away the 8 dragons that had transcended was a big part of the founder's vision.
Asiri was one-sided in some of his approaches. He wanted to turn back time to when it was what he perceived as correct. To me, it did not make much of a difference. I did not join forces with him to lock away the meddlers, as he called them.
I'm curious though, because your order is called the Khazarian Order, is it not?
Of course.
If you didn't see eye to eye with them here, is it communal researching that drew you here?
The time before we arrived on the astral plane is not a time I'd like to remember. But once we came here, we met a group of other wizards that are willing to create this, and he shows around the library. This was a great point to stay. There was no forced, no force that, no force. There was no necessity to help the others with their plan going forward. So I could do what I wanted to do.
You still adopted the moniker of Kassyrian Order?
Oh yeah, why not? Kassiri was a great wizard, one of the best, I would guess.
Does he have other writings that are not historical?
He walks up to the library and looks over and then like grabs out one book. It is a book about esoteric abjuration applications. So probably the one thing you are absolutely not interested in.
Yeah. I kind of turn over, look at the title, and I close it shut and say that I specialize in transmutations. I don't think I could make considerations about this text.
Well, at least not for now. Maybe once you ascend it and have joined us here, you would let go of these silly ideas of specializing on one field.
All the Kassyrian wizards are generalists.
Once you have mastered all the days, there is no other way than to be a generalist, I guess.
Yeah, when you put it like that, it makes sense.
You have all the time in the world, why would you lock away parts of the arcane spectrum just to have a tiny amount of more power in one area?
That's fair. On the prime material plane, most wizards are specialized in something. But I guess
most wizards don't achieve great abilities either, so it makes sense. Are you planning on staying long here?
Yeah, there's some of these topics require quite a bit of time to grapple with. I don't think I'm quite finished yet.
Is there anything specific you're looking to learn?
I list out some specific things about wizarding that Smart would want to learn. Probably some theory relating to teleportation without error.
He walks over to the library again and grabs out a book that, like, he knows where the book is for some reason. You must have overlooked it. And it is a book about stabilizing teleportations.
Okay.
And he like hands it to you and then like waves you to like go to a certain page, and the page describes a creation ritual for teleportation circles.
This Malachi spell.
Yeah.
Say no or yeah?
Yes.
Malachi.
So if you want to create safe teleportation, this is one way to do it.
I wonder if... Wait, well, I'm level 12, right?
Mm-hmm.
This will be completely obsolete once I get... I don't know if I'm... I don't know how long it takes to fucking level.
Oh, you need to get to level 14, right? So
yeah. Also, I already have like teleport platforms. I guess this would be better. How many 5th level spells do I have? What? Wait, I'm already capped out on 5th level spells.
is this something you bring up?
Yeah. I don't know what the in-game version of I'm capped out on spells is, but alas, I don't think I can learn another 5th circle.
Yeah. Where is it? Yeah.
He says, "Didn't you know that spell caps are an optional rule?"
He says, well, not like I am saying it's a good idea, but if there's a spell you are certain you will never need again, I could erase it.
You have the power to do that?
Oh, it is a very powerful spell that you... it removes all knowledge about a certain spell from your memory, which would make it impossible for you to learn it ever again, unless there's some exceptions to that rule. You would not know that a spell like the one you forgot ever existed, or you ever casted it. It's a one-way ticket.
I think all this 5th circle spells I know are really good. I don't think I'd want to forget any of them. I think as time goes on, once I become old enough, I'll be able to learn beyond my current limits. I wouldn't want to make such a permanent sacrifice.
Well, if you want to get older, you shouldn't be staying here.
With time. If I want to get older, I need to stay alive. I feel like spending some time here will improve my odds of doing so once I return to the prime material plane.
Could be. Doesn't have to be. Is anything specific you're facing at the moment?
Well, actually, yeah. The Osmar pauses. He has like his mouth open and he's kind of looking, not tilting his head, but with his eyes he's like looking up as he's trying to think of the words. One of your organization's members reached out to me. Otiluk is his name.
Hmm.
Maybe it isn't of your concern, but it seems that extending Kaziri's wish might be something that I have the option to do, maybe, or maybe not.
Maybe. You want to?
There's an awkward pause. Olivier says something, but Osmar probably is silent for like over 5 seconds as he's thinking of an appropriate answer. Well, I don't really know. I tried to read some of the history here, and a lot of the critiques Kaziri makes, I agree with. But I don't think that means that I fully agree with his broader perspective. I think a lot of the clerics is what we call them on our plane. I think I agree with Kel Kaziri. They seem to be almost mind controlled, and that makes me sad. I wish they wouldn't have such an influence over people.
Is it that much different to someone just being carried away by greed?
I think so. I think being carried away by greed, at least that greed is a sort of property of yourself or the person being carried away. Why is my guy rotating around?
Cause it's fun. So, you think it is still an interior motive?
Well, it's not really. I don't think it's a motive. It's like if I think it's similar to the enchantment spell domination.
Oh no,
The
I meant greed is still an interior motive.
Yeah. Which is why I don't think it's comparable. I don't think clerics have a motive.
I mean, the interesting question is, would the person still do the same thing, but with less abilities? They were not a follower.
Maybe, but I think that would be fine. I think if I've made the decision to come here to study, I'm happy with that decision. However, uh,
If no one had gifted you the dagger, would you still have traveled here?
I probably wouldn't have the ability to.
Yeah.
However, I'd rather live in that reality than someone forcing me to come here.
Well, there's a reason why I do not follow any deity. But I'm not certain if I could fault someone for doing.
I don't even think it's necessarily bad for someone to confine in religious or religiosity. But I feel like for clerics, it doesn't really feel like a choice to confine in a religion. It feels more like they've been forced into it.
I mean, from what I understand, the 8 picked their followers, and it's the followers picked one of the 8. So I guess there's some truth to that.
I don't think it's right.
Well, the real question is, how wrong do you think it is?
Quite wrong.
Is it wrong enough to take away the abilities the followers have from the world? They are still useful, aren't they?
I don't consider usefulness in my moral evaluations.
Well then, I guess you should make way and make sure that the seals don't break all the way and you can slap it back together.
You truly are impartial about everything, or at least regarding
What
my
happens?
plane.
What happens with the divine spirits on the prime material is of no concern to us here. Until the gods reappear, I feel nothing will change. For us, at least.
You don't think the gods reappearing would be correlated with the other deities reappearing? At least they both, or the gods, at least according to the books I read here, the gods soon left after the connection of the deities was severed.
You know, there is not a single soul in this world who knows what Kasiri actually wished for. The gods did not leave after, they left because. I don't think it makes much sense to interpret the will of gods. I don't really understand what they think and how they think.
think that's fair. But also, not just kind of rewinding back. It also makes me uncomfortable to note that the um, the 8 deities are transcended dragons. I have very bad experiences with dragons.
Oh, would it make you more comfortable if they were ascended humans?
Yeah,
Hmm.
I think so.
Must have been a reason for why the gods chose these 8.
Was a choice made by the gods?
Who else could have made it?
Astral, the books didn't really go into detail about the process.
There's no details to go into if nobody knows what they would be. As I said, sometimes the world just is, and there's not much reason to it.
But why? Why would the gods choose these horrible beasts as representatives of ideas?
I'm not certain if all of these beasts, as you call them, are horrible.
I don't know. I have bad associations with dragons. I don't think I've met a good dragon. I guess I have, actually.
He lowers his staff in your direction and says, "These scales are from one of the primal beings that exist on this plane. It's as close to a dragon as one as close to a dragon as one can be. Probably even more ancient than dragons."
And what might that be?
We call it still a dragon, but well. These scales, these are these golden yellowish scales, and now that you can look at them more closely, you notice that they have not particularly long, but still slightly free-flowing hair on them. That's why it has this odd, slightly shifting visible effect to it.
They just, I don't know. They feel so control. Maybe they are good dragons. But is it true? We have this perspective on the prime material plane where chromatic dragons are bad and metallic dragons are good.
Generally speaking, for this age, this seems to be true. In ages past, not everything was as clear. All dragons come from the same stock. They changed over time, I guess. Maybe the 8 dragons that transcended, were way nicer than you would expect them to be, just from their color today.
It just has a bad feeling to think of humans as servants to dragons.
I mean, they were for a long time, I guess.
Really?
At least, that's where the stories that Kassiri and the elders told in the beginning. Coming out of ancient times. At the beginning, the humans worshipped the dragons. Some sort of dragon cult going on for a long time. Before they found some sort of emancipation from them and left them behind. Maybe these dragons back then were worth worshipping.
Mm-hmm.
The relic that Lingala got a hand of was one of these ancient relics from these times. Handed it to his old friend, I guess.
What relic?
The dragon crown.
The dragon crown? What did it do?
Well, if you ever head to Landara, you will be most likely finding out. It animates the remains of a dragon and gives it back some resemblance of its power, and gives the owner of the crown quite the amount of control.
Landara?
Even in ancient times, humans already had some wicked ideas.
Why would a human controlling a dragon be wicked if a dragon controlling a human would be acceptable?
As you said, kind of feels like domination, but with the crown it is domination.
I think I would categorize both as domination.
If you want to, that is your choice.
Do you disagree with this categorization?
I think even for the chosen of the 8, they still have the option to choose to not do it, although it might spill their demise.
Is it really a choice then?
Well, you could have a different opinion here, but I guess it is. Isn't it the ultimate choice to decide whether or not you want to continue living or not?
No, I don't think so. Especially not in this context. It's do my bidding or die. It hardly feels like a choice.
I mean, there were some other choices you made before willingly to arrive at this point.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. The clerks I've met before doesn't seem like. Doesn't seem like they willingly chose their deity.
I guess that is one of the mysteries we will never be able to solve. Did they really choose? Did they... Like, who does the choosing, really? Can you be elected against your will? Or is there always the will to be elected? Well, I do not want to waste all your time. You still have to keep track of it, I guess. Unlike I have made my choice a long time ago.
Do you ever regret your choice?
If I were to regret my choice, I don't think I would still be here. There were many choices I regret, but none of them have to do with me still being alive.
Did you have any family?
Of course, my sister's here with me. Other than this, no. No one remains.
Leave a slow nod.
Well, I would say thank you for chatting with me. If there's any questions you have, you should be able to find me.
How?
Well, you do now know who I am, so finding me on this plane is a trivial task. Although I would recommend traveling to the sphere, and from the sphere to me should be safer than the direct path.
Okay. Okay. Oh, speaking of which, can you give me any advice on how to reach the other places from the sphere?
Anyone in particular?
I don't know if I had a particular one in mind. I'd like to see. I was reading some of Liamon's literature. It seemed interesting if I could. I don't know if he'd be willing to answer. It would be a great opportunity if I got to ask him some questions. Or
Unfortunately, Liemand has passed away.
oh, that's not sad at this.
You could still travel to his place. I could share the knowledge with you, but unfortunately, you won't be able to converse with him.
That's a shame. Does he have any relatives?
Nobody here has relatives. We are all ancient.
Hmm. Of course, I'd be interested in seeing your laboratory.
Well, if you want to come visit me some point in time.
Oh, you spend your time mostly there?
Of course. Unless I have some more specific needs and I travel to the big laboratory, but usually I'm in my own place.
Sorry, wait, I got confused. So you have your own laboratory that's separate from the open laboratory?
Yeah, of course, I don't always want to be in the communal hub, you know,
Okay.
for some simpler research. You don't have to pool your resources that much.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Is the seashore beautiful?
It is an interesting place. I don't think it matches the beauty of being at the side of the ocean and overlooking the waves.
Mm-hmm.
There are some random places you can find on this plane that are more interesting to look at. Although to you they might be more mundane. Sometimes just seeing a lane full of grass is more interesting than staring into the silver abyss for all eternity. But for somebody who is still rooted in the prime material, I guess grass isn't that interesting.
I'm not alone.
I think it's gonna be interesting to see where you end up, on what side of this eternal strive for control.
Mm. Helps me at least feel a little bit less pressure knowing that there's some that don't really mind either way.
I think ever since the fallout of Kasiri's wish, even the more fervent believers have mellowed out. Definitely was not the expected outcome.
One final question, if I may.
Yes.
Um, when I was traveling the island that the portal to the astral plane is located, I saw this horrible dream where it seemed that wizards equipped in robes similar to yours uh, seemingly killed a bunch of not even townsfolk, like village folk. They had they turned their weapons against the poor villagers who had seemingly from the vision provided hospice to the wizardly order before.
He kind of like looks to the ground and then says, as I have said before, there's choices I regret.
Smar looks in shock. He assumed that this guy wasn't a part of that and that was like other people. And this guy was just gonna elaborate on it. So his Osmar's pupils dilate and he's found stunned.
Well, it was nice talking with you.
I give a nod with my mouth still agape.
Mm-hmm. walks away.
Well, I understood. I'm free to continue reading.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So it's not 8 months, it's 3 years.
Alright, 8 months until something happens. Could have gone different ways, but you decided to not get murdered or try to murder someone or flee. So
Yeah.
unless the boys come up with weird shit and ask you to come back, you can sit around
Ah, fuck the boys.
and learn more things.
Mhm.
I mean, there is like just generally learning more things. Is there anything you want to learn?
In terms of having like out of character knowledge, I don't know. Probably, but I don't know. I think I just want to become a better wizard here.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to read.
Yeah, where you spend like the last 4 months just like kind of randomly reading things, which is, I mean, cool shit, but it's not really achieving anything. So is there anything you are like aiming for? Like you're not researching a spell, you're not like
Could I research
researching
a
a
spell here?
not in the way that you usually research spells.
Okay, probably no.
Yeah, you're not learning spells. Like you're kind of just like reading books about like esoteric magic knowledge, which
Yes.
might be cool to have at some point in time, but it's not really helping you to get more power in any way, shape, or form.
I don't know. I feel like if it's magical knowledge written by wizards, I feel like it must be useful.
Yeah, of course. If you like encounter some things or you need to research something in the future, you have like a starting point or like already some idea. But as I said, like if you're thinking about future encounters with any weird things, like this is not helping you.
Yeah, I feel like I'm going for general preparedness,
Yeah,
not for something specific.
general preparedness for what?
Just in general.
Yeah.
It's like mm, you know, people go on jogs so they improve their cardio. It's not a specific thing for
Yeah,
like
well, it's
general.
not the only, like, that's not the only thing you're doing. That's like what I'm getting in. Like, reading wizard books is always cool, but if you're only reading wizard books without a goal in mind, you're just sitting around.
Mm, I mean, out of character, I know it's not possible because I'm level 12, but I think Osmar in character is trying to figure out teleport without error.
Mm-hmm.
Mm, stuff about shadow planes seems cool.
Mm-hmm. Which you found no real knowledge while looking for planes.
Stuff about mm, I don't know, what did the list have that I wrote earlier? Probably like a lot of stuff. How to travel the planes. I haven't figured out how to travel planes. I guess I found that one place
You
has.
find a rift to a plane is the easiest way to travel planes,
There's
other
no
than plane
common.
shifting, which is high level wizardry which you don't have access to. Color pools, conduits. The 4 options.
Oh, could I research spells to make into rituals? Would it be better to research that here?
Hmm.
I don't know how much materials those need. Do they need like extra stuff besides just the normal spells that you have? Or is it more like just reading and practicing?
I mean, does it help you at all to be on the...
Maybe you're more in tune.
No. No, researching does not go faster on the astral plane.
Well, at the very least, you know, you don't need to sleep. So you can do like 3 times the work in a day. In 24 hours in a day.
I mean, you still have to research the spell, the ritual, so...
Yeah.
You only know how to research on the prime material plane.
No.
That's like the issue here. You don't have like
Also,
things
what
to
the fuck? I have
experiment with.
so many fucking spell slots. I don't need to fucking research for rituals. I just repair spells. The only rituals I'd research are for like 6th level spells because everything else I have 4+1 spell slots. Unless there's something. No, but on this plane the rituals are nice because you can spam them, but then in the real world you need to actually do rituals. I said I'm not ritual stone skin. That could be good. I mean, kind of lame, but it would be good.
Yeah, for me, the main question for me is, does Osma sit around in the astral plane for much longer? Or does his stay like come to an end?
I was thinking, like, in character wise, I feel like Osmar has done a lot of adventuring and not a lot of reading. So I feel like it's a good opportunity to catch up. I feel like there's a lot of catching up to do. So I feel like I would read a lot of like theory books. Is that crazy?
Yeah, I'm just like, for me, there are some things going on the other side which will be affecting Reuven and Oliver, who might be kind of interested in having you back to aid them. They're like on a, like Oliver at least is on a path to do some things, and the question is like, does Osman just sit around when the others are saying, hey, it would be cool if you come?
I think it depends on how I'm asked.
I think neither of them would say more than it would be cool if you come.
And then probably not.
Unless some really big trouble appears.
Yeah, would be cool. No, I think if it's more descriptive, like, hey, I don't know. I feel like If the request is more descriptive, and I feel like Ruben's life is in danger, or Oliver's life is in danger, then maybe, probably. But if they just say, hey, it would be nice. I don't know. If it's been like 8 months, okay. So here's my two conditions.
Mm-hmm.
If it's been like 8 months, and Ruben says something like, "It would be nice to see you again," then yeah, absolutely, I'll go see him.
Mm-hmm.
Or if he says that, "Hey, there's this really important adventure. I think we need your help," then yeah, absolutely. But if he says something in between, or he says like, "Oh, there's this adventure, and it would be nice if you could help, or it would be cool," then probably not.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're asking for help for a thing, they need to say it's really important, or, if they just want to, if Ruben just wants to see me, then yeah, I'll go. But if you would come, it would be nice. That's a no.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
You know what I'm trying?
Yeah, I'm like just considering what to do. Okay. Alright, no. You are just learning.
Okay.
Probably after looking at like high level magic books, going back and like going over like simpler and medium level stuff, because you're like, I mean, you've researched a decent amount of things, but you're still lacking in the you always ever so often like notice that like you're missing like some basic concepts as well.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to like reread the basic concepts so you understand like what it's talking about on higher levels.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's like your issue without formal education. Like you haven't spent 8 years studying basic magic principles, so yeah.
I was like, this is the best thing I could be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
So, yeah.
now that I have the fucking ring of spell returning stuff,
Mm-hmm.
I'm considering Path of 19th Amulet, because I already reflect part of magic missiles with the ring, so I don't know if I need two. But arrows and stuff, it's nice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about it. The problem is that the orc amulet is so fucking ugly.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if I get a nice amulet made and then steal enchantment,
Mm-hmm.
but then that might run the risk of destroying the amulet.
Yep.
I don't remember how it worked. Can I use uh uh alternate reality with steal enchantment?
No, because Steel Enchantment is like a 15 hours ritual or something.
Yeah, but does the effect happen at the end, or is it a continuously?
You cannot cast alternate reality because you're busy casting something else.
Yeah, but after the spell's cast.
Yeah,
I think alternate reality specifically says that you can make someone like re-roll a saving throw on Fireball if you cast Fireball.
Uh-huh. But we have already decided on no.
Okay. Then what is the odds of steal enchantment?
Something. Probably.
The chance that the enchantment will be lost, the base chance is 100%, modified by 5% per caster level.
Minus 5% per level of the caster. So you have a 60% chance of
No,
succeeding.
but it would be off a scroll, so it would be the scroll users.
Oh, yeah.
thing, right? And it has wish on it, so.
That is the scroll from the tomb.
Yeah, but that's still a potential, what, 15%?
I would have to check. I mean, you don't know the level of this, but
Yeah, but assuming that there's 17th level, which is lowest, that you can learn wish.
Yeah.
Actually, I wonder if there's something about scrolls that say that they always cast at the lowest level. Is that a thing?
No, scroll always casts at the level of the creator of the scroll.
Okay.
Unless there's like some weird scrolls you can find that have fixed levels, but this scroll is created by a specific person, so it has the specific person's level.
How old do I need to be to get the age int?
45?
Oh my god, is it 45?
Aging effects. Human. 45, yeah.
Why? Why isn't it like 30? I guess 30-year-olds aren't really old.
Yeah. It's time to spam haste.
Like that wouldn't work. Well, I'll just fuck, I guess.
Yep. Unless you find some other way to boost your int.
I mean, I could just use the amulet for the next. I don't even know how old Osmar is now. 27? Is that right? 2 years of magical aging.
Sounds about right.
Probably 28 now then. I've been here for 8 months.
You could use your wish to increase your int.
You can use wish to increase your int?
I think wish can increase stats by 1.
No, but I really want to use the wish to turn myself into a generalist with no drawbacks. I feel like that's the best use. Because I feel so cocked by this fucking bell roll chance. It's so cocked. I would have, with 19, I literally have 95% with everything. But then because of my specialization, most things are 80%. It's minus 15%. That is fucking crazy. This guy, what was his name? Orin? He was speaking some facts.
Yeah.
Also, with 19 int, I can learn as many swords as I want. I was rereading some spells. I think there's some cool stuff that I totally missed. Like Erase. It's like a handy spell.
It has many handy spells.
Yeah. Like simple first level spells that are handy. You know?
Alrighty.
Shield.
Shield, yeah.
Oh, another reason why I wouldn't need the amulet. Also, now it would last super fucking long. 5 rounds per level. Level 12. Like 50, 60 rounds. And it's a first level slot. I could yoink that one fucking ring back and have a shield on me throughout the entire day. Combined with 360 vision, I can always be facing the person who's. Seems pretty good. Wait, does shield the spell stack with the bracers? Oh my god, don't say some dumb shit like it doesn't.
Shield. Provides the equivalent protection of AC2, which is the same AC you have with the bracers anyways.
Oh my god.
So, does not help you at all.
It helps against magic missiles.
Yeah. AC wise, it does not change anything.
God, why am I so fucking cucked by everything?
Why do I have AC 18 braces of defense? They're so good, they ruin all my spells.
I mean, I am pretty cucked. You can't lie.
I would like to use first level spells instead of having magic items to do better things.
They don't block magic missiles. They're not better.
I mean, your amulet does block magic missiles, so
Yeah,
yeah.
but then I can't use the orc amulet.
Yeah. Well, this is unfortunate, yeah. Life is really hard, I know. It's really hard.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I'll just transmute myself into a gnome.
Yeah. Gnome it up. Okay. Well, I guess then probably we will most likely just time skip until you decide to go Death Knight hunting. It's probably the next interesting thing that's happening.
What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Why? Because yeah, that's the next thing that I don't think any other plans are on the horizon where the two would urge you to come. They decided to postpone worm hunting until you have some free time. And
Oh my god. They need to learn how to make some fucking demands. I'm not gonna come out just because you're like, oh, would you? No.
well, maybe they make demands when the end attacks become problematic. We'll see. We will have to chat about this in between. Alrighty. So, chat in between about what we are going to do next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
Mm-hmm.
clocks were shifted. I don't know if that affects Oliver. 'Cause I think American shifted at different time.
Yeah. But no, today's the first weekend where this happened. Yeah. Yeah, it affects him for like the next 2 or 3 weeks, I think.
Yeah, so just need to remind him about that in
Yeah.
case. Yeah.
Alrighty. Well
All
then.
right.
Thanks for playing.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Thanks for the lore.
Alrighty.
Good enough.
Good night. Ciao ciao. Meep meep. Meep.